Okay, so we're going to be picking up... Actually, I'm sorry, YouTube hasn't actually started yet. You can do it. Okay, so we're going to pick up where we left off with RimWorld. For those who missed what we've got going on, is I have a 100% pollution Swamp Hill challenge. So this isn't about having, like, the giant raids and, like, the sweatiest 500%, you know, losing is fun nonsense. Instead, what we've got is when I hit my little pollution button here, it all red. And if it looks like it's going, hey, you got a pretty big space there. Keep in mind, when we started, I had about that much here, this much there, and then you can see where it carved into some rock here and up here. And that was an ancient danger, as you can probably make out from the ancient caskets. And then all of the rest of that is, like, you can see where I'm actively carving out the pollution up here. And then on top of that, that's not the only awful thing we're dealing with. It's a swamp hill. So all that red, blue, and yellow, I can't build any type of heavy structure on it. And what we've been doing to get around that is we start out with that one rock formation here, this there, and then we again had like this little pocket of here and here that you can see there was even stuff there that I haven't cleaned up yet. And we got all that going on. And if you're wondering how it's been going so far as our fights, you can still see I've got piles of bodies of raiders there. I had, like, yesterday's stream, I had, like, 91 raccoon skeletons down here. We've been dealing with some stuff. Surprisingly, it's gone pretty well. We only had we've only had one person die in our colony since the very beginning, and that was Alanarama. We had our ridiculously juiced melee pawn was sitting right here, had a berserk break, and Alanarama was right there and just went step, step, and then Alanarama was gone. Luckily, we got a hold of a Mech Resurrection Serum, so Alanarama is back. You know, do you know what I would want to see? I would want to see here, where right now they're like acquaintances that don't get along, there should be a negative mood for murdered me. I would like to see that as a, like, minus 100 mood buff. Or, like, not mood buff, minus 100 between two people. That's like, this person murdered me. I don't like them. And be it, you know, borderline insurmountable. Because I don't know about you, but if someone murders me and I get brought back from death, I don't think I'm gonna forgive that person. I'm gonna go on a limb there and say I may just hold a grudge against them. Alright, so we're continuing to mute Good thing. Does he didn't have a minus 90 for killing their day? Yeah, it was minus 80. And that was on, I believe, Calaria against Siren. Because it's, yeah, I think it was a minus 80 for killed my daughter. Which it's dropped down to minus 40, because those things do eventually wane off in the way RimWorld works. But yeah, that's the thing, is like, why do you hate them so much? Like, oh, killed your daughter? Yeah, that's fair. That is an understandable stance to take, that you don't like the person who murdered your kid. It may have been 100 minus 100. I saw it at minus 80, but I didn't necessarily catch it right at the beginning. All right. So we are ready for another containment room, which is good. That's been overdue for a long time. Where are you at? Put the light in the back there. Okay, so downside is once I bring this thing online, that's going to be more of a power burden than we can handle right now. But on the plus side, I can now justify building a second one of these. Oh, you do not have enough bioferrite? What is our bioferrite going into that we don't have enough? We've already made our mine numb. We've got our disruptor flare packs. That might prove to be a major problem. Because the thing I need to do is I need to get more things that go bump in the night to continue to fuel our bioferrite generators. So good news, they shouldn't... Let's disallow that until we've got the bioferrite for it. Why? What happened that we went down so much in bioferrite? We clearly spent... Oh, you know what it probably was? It's probably these fights that we had to burn a whole lot of bioferrite on flares. Because we had, like... It's probably like the mech cluster up here, plus this raid over here. We end up, you know, abusing our flares pretty hard. Alright. So one of the things I'm going to need to do is once we, why is our power struggling? Did we blow a component? No, component's fine here. And you're not turned on yet. And those take 50 watts. So right now, I'm going to... Oh, we can't turn those off. So we're having a power problem at the moment. And I don't think I brought... Well, I mean, right now I can turn this off. We've already got all our Mind Numb made. So turn that off. That should stabilize the power a bit. And I need to get another thing that goes bump in the night to increase our bioferrite production. What's up? Let's see, you started to play New World today. You have a lot of fun with it, but the dungeons are not that fun. Max level person, you'll low level the whole dungeon. You just follow them. And there's only 8 to 10 dungeons in the game. Yeah, so New World I found interesting from the crafting thing. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that, you know, with content creation and wanting to play a bunch of different other games and yada yada yada, I could see myself sinking some serious time into it. The good news is that thing's done. But, from the content creation perspective, I just couldn't really justify the time. Alright, so that takes one of our moisture pumps offline, so that's good news. But, like, I liked the crafting and all that kind of stuff. And you're just about to max out. Let's check our pollution pumps. None of them are near cleared. Alright, so everyone's patched up and ready to rock and roll. So I do think... Let's check what our quests are. So we have the quest for going for... I have 2 quests. For going for a relic. That's what we were doing, is we hadn't done another anomaly thing, because I'm waiting for our next raid to happen. Which actually, didn't we have the next raid right at the end of stream yesterday? Yes. Okay, so now everyone's patched up. We're going to do the covert operation to get the complex. You know a streamer who played New World and the numbers just didn't work for them? So I actually did know a few people who did decently well with New World. I was not one of them. But yeah, I've also known a bunch of people who didn't do great with it. There's a lot of those games that you kind of have to be on the early end of it, or don't bother. So that's 4, and that should be the 7. So we're working on getting our first relic just because we can. Major break risk on illicit. Because of observing corpses and being insulted. Alright. Which they are dealing with the corpses already. Yeah, that really was key, but they had hoped to stream it longer. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that was one of those games that... It had a couple of waves that did well. But, it was one of those games that didn't really do the best so far as keeping people on. And I do think a big part of that was, for as neat of a game as it was, they made a bunch of mistakes that MMOs have learned their lessons from years. And it felt like Amazon just ignored the lessons of other games that had come before it. Alright. Okay, so this one has the things that explode and set fires. That's good to know. So that thing will start a fire. So we want to make sure anyone hanging out in that area is considered outdoors or whatever. Okay. And there's no one over there. But yeah, no, it was a weird thing, because like they had like duping glitches early on that happened that were entirely predictable things. Like they were the same exact type of duping glitches we've had around forever that, you know, we've got workarounds for and all that. Okay, so how many of these computer terminals do I need? I see 4. I'm assuming I need 6, because that's what we ran into at the other one. I am glad that these got, like, a little bit of a adjustment. I got caught off guard in the last one. It was like, suddenly it's like, wait a second. Alright, so we got infestation popping in. Go there. Okay. Oh, I need to actually hold that door open. Well, that's an interesting problem to have. So let them pop. And then when they pop, we'll deal with it. Come on. I need you to get out here already. Let's play it safe and drop a flare in there. You've got good line. Can we get there before we got the door? No. Alright, and how are you doing? You've got 1 cut on your eye. That's fine. Get up there. We'll have that last insect to deal with. Meanwhile, you go and treat you. And you start poking these other doors. Nope. 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 That's the leave it alone door. Okay. We're just trying to check the building real fast. I don't care about a little chem fuel. And then the moment we get rid of the Mega Scarab down here, let's get you back just in case it's being clever and going around. Cheeky bugger. Alright. So we can have all of them pile over here. And get all the rest of them to pile back here. Pile back here without being in that room with the... Alright. So I've got 5 of them. We gotta find 1 more. So in the meantime, start hacking. You go here, you go there, and then you start hacking. You go here, down there, start hacking. And then again, over there, down here, start hacking. Over here, down there, start hacking. And you go start looking for more rooms. And start hacking. So I've got insects arriving in 2 hours up there. Okay, in the meantime, these doors are off limits. Leave those doors alone. And then on top of that, these doors are off limits. As long as we stay out of those rooms, we shouldn't have to worry about too much. So you can recover, do your thing. And then once we get all the research done, we can get out of here. My hope is I'll be able to get the research done before the infestation triggers, and we can just get on the shuttle and leave. Alright, so you're the one who's up here. You drop down to this point. And honestly, you drop down to this point. You drop down to this point. So my assumption is it'll also take them a minute to actually pop out with the bugs. If not, you know, I'll have to defend one more group of bugs. I'm not super worried about it. Because I think we'll finish in time that even if the bugs spawn, we'll be able to reach the shuttle before they reach us. Meanwhile, all of you, again, do your self-care. Alright, and you, out here. You two out here. And that's everyone in the shuttle. It's time to go. It's going to take them a moment to trigger that infestation, so we're just going to get out of here and leave. Alright, so we got all that sorted. So that gave us a little bit more of our research and all that kind of good stuff. Or not research, get our information so far as finding our relic. Because the relics aren't super important in the game. About the only things they give is they give you a source of like free ideology points, because if people show up and they look at your relic and they go, that's pretty, and then they leave and they're happy about it, you get ideology points for that, and sometimes they'll give you gifts, and sometimes the gifts can be pretty good. So it's worth doing them, but it is one of those things that take enough time that usually you just don't care. But because of the nature of this run where I have to like slowly erode the map to where I want, I feel it's a little bit more worth me taking the time to do them. That's that one done, and so my intention now is we will chill at home base until the next raid, Manhunter pack, whatever ends up being the thing. And then once that's sorted, we will go off and caravan for the next relic thing, and if we don't have one of those, we'll trigger an anomaly. But the goal is basically let the game do some against me, go deal with the next thing, let the game do some against me. Just that way, I'm hopefully not out and about taking care of stuff when, you know, a major catastrophe happens. That said, with as fast as that went, I am finding the temptation to just run for it and do that right now, because we didn't hardly take any time. Okay. So take my side T. Well, actually, first, what do you have? Is there anything I want? The wargs would be fine for fighting, but I don't really need them. We're pretty late in the game. And a lot of the animals don't scale well in the late game. That generally the way you have to make them work in the late game is by having many. Here are all those primitive weapons, and I got rid of the poor quality bolt action because I got some nicer ones in here. And we got a sniper rifle as well. Get rid of the worn out masks and all that. There's so much worn out stuff here. Alright, so they can't afford that. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like they have much I want. The only medicine they have is tribal medicine. I genuinely don't care about that. I'll keep the side T. And who are you? So you're the Tesca Pact? We can gift you some stuff to try and help with that. Where's your trade person? There you are. So let's go to gifts. Have my side T. And let's go with that for now. Okay. Because I do like having allies. So give them just a minute to recover. Do we immediately do that? Because we've got a nice little gap here till I expect my next raid. Do we already have the... Why am I struggling here? Oh, here we go. Where is that ancient complex? Okay, that is a bummer. Yes, that's a trip. Alright. So that's when we're gonna have to wait for a raid or something to go over there. Because that's gonna be a little bit of a trek out and back. Which means whoever goes there is gonna be gone for a couple of days. And as an added danger for that, because we are dealing with toxic waste and all that, there is going to be a lot of repercussions for dealing with that. Meanwhile, let's check all our needs. Recreation unfulfilled. That's because you're out doing stuff. We have people's disturbed sleep and all that. Hungry is just you need to eat. That's on you. Entity escape Revenant. You're about to get wrecked, friend. Because you know what, Revenant? There's exactly one way in and one way out of this place. And I can pile a whole lot of people between you. Where do you think you're going? Okay, so you just got out of there. Where did you go? How did you get out there so fast? Alright, well, we still tagged it. So it gives a little bit of time before it'll be allowed to turn invisible again. I was really hoping you get stun hit off. Come on, pick up the pace. Well, if you just want to sit there, that's fine. And Revenant has been handled. Sometimes you just need a little practice shooting a Revenant. And I'm pretty sure we never actually researched that Revenant at all. Like, we haven't got that. Yeah, no, it was a weird Revenant. I was just surprised it got out of here so fast. I underestimated how fast it could get through, because I was waiting for it to get towards the edge of this detection range, and then it dropped instantly, and I flared the hull, and it was just like, oh, you got out quick. I should have flared earlier is all. It's fine. Meanwhile, since you're not going to get more in there, so eject the bioferrite from in that storage. And that one as well. Got to keep those generators running. Which again is making me nervous that we're struggling to keep those things on. I just need more things to go bump in the night. I also don't know if I trigger, like, if I manually trigger an anomaly event, I don't know if that will, stave off the next raid or whatever. I might just go for it, though. Void provocation. So you're at a 180. I thought I had someone else who was pretty high up here. Nope. And then meanwhile, schedule everyone restricted to indoors. So we're gonna go poke the poke the whole void stuff in the eye and say, "Hey, nerd, you got nothing on me." All right, so we did the void provocation, so we'll see what awful things we put ourselves up for. I did restrict everyone to stay inside the perimeter in the meantime, which now I think about it, make sure real fast. Okay, we do have the twisted monument thing inside. We also want to expand that out there and out here. Alright, so we got a lot of things this could be that could be bad news. Devourer I'm mixed on, because on one hand, I'm not going to be able to prevent the Devourer from lunging at me. I don't have the long range. But once it gets on top of someone, 8-chain shotguns is going to wreck stuff. Okay, Blood Rain. Alright, this should be entirely workable for us. So I'm going to need to make a new zone, which is going to be manage, new area, indoors, okay, do that, zone, I am going to allow them to step outside there to refuel that. So what I'm trying to do here is I just want to get all the stuff that is indoors as part of this. And we're just going to hunker down as best we can. We will need to run around a little bit outdoors, but a little bit of exposure doesn't do much to you. The big danger is when, you know, you've got people who are like trying to farm it or whatever like that. They'll absolutely die. And then the various animals running around the map are going to all go berserk and, you know, Manhunter Pack and all that, which can be its own grief. Oh, you are going to be a problem, aren't you? It's fine. You'll just have to have that area as an area you can run through. But the rest of that we'll leave alone. So we'll need the hospital. And we will allow people to walk in that little spot out here. But I don't want them here, so we will turn this off for right now, so they don't stand out there. Oh, and schedule indoors. Now the big problem is going to be the boomalope here. So what I'm going to try to do is go here and we'll say build roof. New research available. Blood rain. And we'll want to go here and indoors. For right now, I'm going to allow this pocket down here. And we'll allow them to just sneak around the outside edge. I'm not going to keep that way, though. All right. Yeah, so we're keeping everyone secure in the perimeter. This is the only one I got to worry about is our boomalope being out in the blood rain and all that. You're hoping the murder ball? I like the murder ball. The murder ball is one of my favorites. The murder ball would probably not be a hard one for us to manage, honestly. I'd probably have to kill my boomalope or just let it free. It would definitely be a casualty of it. But I could just send it over here, run everyone into the bunker, that kind of thing. So we're going to have a lot of people idle. How are you doing down here? That's the only one I'm worried about. It's also a possibility that, honestly, here, we could disable that door. And we can go here and say, clear allowed, indoors. You no longer go out there. You did your job. You put some roof up to give the boomalope someplace to cover. Honestly, as long as no one goes out there, I shouldn't have to worry, even if it goes berserk. We can just leave them all scattering aggressively everywhere. Right now, I want a raid to show up. I want a raid to show up out here and just get swarmed by rats and all sorts of stuff. Just everything's angy. Inspired recruitment. The downside is this is one of the only events that I get literally nothing I can benefit from for the most part. Research-wise, did I already... Here we go. I can at least get a little research done. I wonder if after you finish the temple, if you could still get the event where they send you, like, the Revenant Spine. Because that's been my fear, is, like, if we finish the anomaly thing, that suddenly all the anomaly stuff is just gone. But we're definitely not leaving the tile until, you know, the anomaly stuff is sorted. Why is everything so angy? Tube television. Yeah, no, the murder ball would definitely help. It's a short-term help, unfortunately. After a little while, it stops being as useful. Okay, meanwhile, what bio stuff do I've got made? We've got a leg, an eye, and a heart. Okay. Well, I feel like you should get the leg. We can go and do that while we wait, since we're not doing a whole lot else. So you can have the leg. And we can go to you. And we give you an eye. Exotic goods trader. Oh, it's a ship. I was about to say someone's about to die is what's about to happen if someone's walking on the tile now. They may be rats, but that's a lot of rats and turtles and boomalope. Whoever gets caught in that is not having a good day. All right. So we don't have any Archotech limbs or anything real fancy we can lean on, so that's okay. We've got more than enough gold right now. I don't have a need to get more of that. We don't really have any psychic ability kind of stuff going on. Some of these would be fun. The Bioferrite we've got coming in supply. Getting some Glitter World wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, honestly, for as little money as I have, it might just be take the cash. I think that's what we do, is we just take the cash. Because sadly, I don't have much to give them that I'm willing to give up. Because I don't have any money, hardly. And plus, whatever I grab is going to sit out in the blood rain for a little while. Oh, it's the extra Psychic Emanator. That's what messed with my power grid. It was an extra 200 watts from the Psychic Emanator. That's fair. Strawberries died because of pollution. Yeah, so these are rotting out here because they're just stuck out in the rain. That's fine. I still want a raid to happen, just so I can watch the giant army of violence to go after them. You don't think this event helps in any way? No. It gives me progression towards this, but it's an easy to counter event. You just lock your doors. Pretty much the danger about this one is if you're not in a good situation set up, like you're short on food so you have to hunt or something like that, then it becomes a problem because you're like, oh crap. Or if you were in a colony that you had way too much outdoor space. But in this particular one, because like actually a lot of my colonies, they usually do have a lot of outdoor space. So I'd have to, you know, the moment the blood rain started, I'd have to start slapping up roofs everywhere to quickly give me cover. Yeah, exactly. If I needed food for my crops just to survive, this would be a really bad event for us. So are we back to normal rain now, it looks like? I think we're good now. It doesn't say blood rain anymore, it just says rain. So for right now, we're going to keep everyone indoors for just the minute. Actually, Area 1 should be fine. We'll expand everyone back to Area 1. Let the handful of them that are still mad sort themselves out. Okay, everything's good now. So quests, or sorry, schedule, unrestricted. How long has it been since the last raid or whatever? So the blood rain does trigger it like it's an event. Confusion due to aesthetic, that's fine. There you go. Actually, for that matter, keep them restricted to Area 1. Because honestly, that wasn't that bad. Oh, I can't trigger again. That's right, I gotta wait. Yeah, it's fine. Go back to unrestricted. I forgot it's like a 5-day cooldown or something like that. Oh, also, before I forget, do not study it. Because meanwhile, this one's containment is at 200 something, because most of the walls here are uranium. Which was kind of one of the major parts of me moving this over here. Is to adjust it so that they're mostly uranium walls, so we can kind of maximize the containment effectiveness. All right. Versus these ones are only like 100 something. Yeah, containment's 108. Versus containment in this room is 214. So we will work on slowly transitioning stuff to like a really strong containment rooms. And then as we do that, we'll tear apart some of these other ones and reinforce them. Okay, we can allow that again. And how are we doing on our ordnance? We've been making that. Yeah, so we're doing good progress. And that's just with the boomalope as our bottleneck. But we have been trying to just get as much ordnance as we can made. So that way when we have that giant mech cluster over there, even if it takes me, 50 mortars to take it down, we could just hammer away at it. Because the danger with the Swamp Hills, it's got the same benefit as it has the negative. If I'm fighting from my defensive position with stuff running at me, they get no cover, I do get cover. But the vice versa is also true. If we have a mech cluster drop over here, I get no cover, they do get cover. Well, presumably, depending on what setup they use. But, pushing out to, like, the defoliator ships has been really, really dodgy. Okay. So you'll send a heat wave, and you're willing to give me an orbital beam target or an orbital power beam as some of my choices, which are definitely the better of these two. That'd be a heat wave for 6 days. I always forget which ones are which. Designated target transmits coordinates for the nearby satellites, which bombard the target area with kinetic impactors. This has been okay. And this is the beaming power down to massive. Yeah, so I liked the orbital one. I'll put up with a 7-day heat wave for that. Child cannot wear clothing for an adult? Oh, I didn't realize that was restricted to an adult. Yeah, Lux. Actually, Jaywalker's already grabbing it. We'll put that over here. Yeah, so we got the orbital beam targeter there. Because if we get that, like if something really awful shows up, it's like, man, I don't want to deal with it. Then I can always grab to that. So we have air conditioning in this room and this room. And then with the rest of this getting hot, most of it is indoors. The one danger room is this one. That's going to be pushing some pretty stressful amounts of heat. Most of the airplane is just going to be uncomfortably hot. Gas operation, that's fine. Like, in a pinch, I could build a bunch of passive coolers. I don't even think that'll be necessary. But if we start seeing people pushing heat stroke, we can worry about it then. Yeah, so you're still pulling up the gold. And then we'll get you switched over to steel. Let's actually switch you over again now. Because 500's a lot of gold. It's gonna take me a while to use up 500 gold versus our steel is down to 5,000, so it's slowly being pulled down. Uranium, we're really good shape. Alright, I really need a lot more bioferrite coming in. I don't know, I mean, it's gotta be the flares. I'm using the flares more, and I think that's what's hurting us on the bioferrite front, is I'm using the flares, and that's just slowly chipping away at our bioferrite. And I just need to increase my bioferrite supply. Then we got more of this. Getting really close to having this whole area back here closed off. And then once that's done, we'll be ready to really go and expand stuff. You have wiggly arms? You do have wiggly arms. Entity escape of a Noctil. That's fine. Rally the people. So it's that Noctil's the one getting out. Rally everyone else. Drop them in back here. Okay, you didn't kill it. I am so thankful we've managed to not kill any of these yet. I just keep waiting for it. And the moment it happens, the bioferrite situation is going to get dire. So we've removed both of its eyes now. I'm just waiting for us to break its spine. Because we didn't get one of those. Oh, and also entity... maintain only. We got cargo pods of a bunch of medicines, so not gonna complain about that. Yeah, so some of these are getting pretty messed up. All right. Yeah, we have only, like, very brief instances of heat stroke happening. We've got really good clothes, so it shouldn't be that hard to avoid heat stroke. And if someone actually was starting to overheat, we could just run them into the freezer for a minute or the hospital. Both of those are maintaining a comfortable temperature. Alright, so we got the bionic ear. So, operations. Add... we will install... Where are you at? Bionic right ear. They're just doing more and more to help with the social on our characters. Where did you go, Night Dweller? Oh, you're probably grabbing the medicine that was out in the field way or south. Alright, so that's another thing for a relic to do. Where did you go? You're gonna starve to death because you're running all over the place. Cool. So, you are now max hearing and social and all that. So our leader can do some serious interactions. Growth moment, you're a wizard, Liam. Alright, so medical, yes, no matter what else we've got going on. Okay. I am not a fan of what we got going on down here. So... Why are these all so terrible? I'm gonna go with Psychopath because of these, honestly, is probably what I'm going with. The question is, what do I want you to do here? I'm thinking we go... So right now you've got a gun. I do need... Well, let's just stick to shooting. I'm hoping... I'm hoping down the road I can pivot you in other directions. But if we get the duplication shrine, I'll just duplicate Siren, because Siren is an absolutely juiced melee pawn. That having... genuinely, if I could get a colony where, I could just start duping this character, having, 13 melee, jogger, nimble, brawler, and just having a group of them, you know, with all the stuff we've got going on at this pawn, I could see really abusing that and making a very melee-heavy team. Alright. Yeah, so we've got the old complex over there. We can discover another... Oh, that's the other one where we send 9 people. After we have our next, raid or whatever, we can do that. So, once we're gonna wait till the heat wave goes by before I, do a void provocation again. Just in the off chance it's like a Noctil event where I gotta run around outside in the heat and all that. That could be particularly bad. Or the Flesh Mass Heart we haven't gotten yet. That'd be another really bad one to have heat wave during, because I'd have to run out there and deal with it while our people are getting mild heat stroke. Yeah, I got to get the bioferrite supply up. We gotta get more things that go bump in the night to put in our freezer. Alright. And with that, you two are ready for containing things. Those, well, actually, you're not. Turn these off. But you're ready for containing things. And what I'll want to do inside this room, though, is we're going to want to turn that off until we got stuff popping in. We can do that the same here. Is toggle the power off on that until we have something contained there. And toggle the power off on that until we have something contained in there. Alright. Too deep infestation on you. That's fine. Leave the door open when you go through there. Leave the door open when you go through there. Get you in position here. Grab all of you back here. And just clump them up. And the reason we're opening all the doors is that way the bugs can all run out the moment we've got it. Now by opening the doors, they should be able to target us. Okay. Alright, there's still a couple left. We want to kill all those. And all those. So they should come after us on their own. Okay, what do we got left? We got one Mega Scarab that's down there. Let's have all you step out here. Meanwhile... Okay. Oh, they're de-aging. I was like, why do I suddenly not have availability to some of my people? Right. Okay. There we go. And doors handled. None of the bugs are down without being killed. And what's your deal? So, you might collapse. Which I'm okay with. We have tox gas research done, so there's the fire foam turret. Yes, that didn't take any time at all. Yeah, so they're de-aging. We've got that set up. I kind of wish you could adjust the de-age cycle and be like, just make it slightly more than it needs to be to like maintain it, so you could slowly bring the age down without having to like manually do extra rounds of it. Because I think it's worth doing. Alright, so we've got a raid attacking immediately. They are a wall breaching raid. That's Neanderthals, isn't it? No, it looks like Neanderthals. It's Neanderthals. Alright, so we've got... I mean, it's 16. That's actually not that bad. How badly penalizes your movement speed? Not at all. Excellent. Grab everyone. Do we bring the children? The children, how fast do you move? Hey, random child. You move 3.71. One of you that's not in bad shape, how fast do you move? You move at a speed of... Where's your movement speed? Okay, so the children are slightly faster. Okay. We're gonna do this as just a straight up fight. Because I really don't want to deal with them breaching. They only got one person with a bow in their whole group. Are you any good with your bow, though? That's my next question. You. Bio? You're terrible with it. Perfect. The exact level of skill I wanted you to have. So everyone here should be faster than everyone there. And they appear to weirdly be coming in 2 waves, which I'm not gonna complain about at all. Please don't take point. Okay. I think they're weirdly having difficulty deciding their targets, which I am okay with. Alright, here comes the chain shotguns. Considering about 2/3 of my force is chain shotguns. I really appreciate that they're slowly feeding themselves into this. Alright.
Thank you, Slinkad, for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you, Slinkad, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month. Use anywhere on Twitch, and you used it here. So that does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Alright, well that was not a very tough fight. They just they were slow and we were able to just use the mud to our advantage. I would like you to take that person's gas mask, please. So I'm not unhappy with that at all. But I hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. They also gave me an extra... Wait. Oh, it was also selecting the stuff in my building. I was about to say, like, you're giving me how much money? Yeah, we don't want that person. Alright. So with that, as soon as Siren is patched up... Well, actually, Siren is fine. Okay, so quests. I'm going to potentially accept this one. You want me to send 9 people there? Okay. So, we're sending 9 people there. So that's 1, 5, 6, 7. I miscounted, that's fine. The important thing is that we've got everyone... Yeah, that's 9. No, math? Who's... I wish you'd tell me how many people are actually in here. So I still need 2. That's what I thought. Oh, right, you 2 are in the pod. That's actually pretty bad. Well, if you can go, just get in the shuttle, because, the only one who's staying is Kalaria. Literally everyone else has to go, because of the 2 in the shuttle, or the 2 in these pods. I have 1 adult can stay behind. So let's be fast about that, because I did not think about the fact that I had people de-aging. I mean, they can pop out, they'll be disoriented. I mean, if we get a raid right after, but that's the reason I waited till a raid happened to trigger that. Alright, so run down here as fast as you can. So this one doesn't look like it's as big a location, but that could be deceptive. So you're gonna run up and start banging on that wall. Banging your drum. We still have the combat bonus for a little while longer. How long do you have left on that? 17 hours. Oh, we got it for the whole time we're here. That works out really well. Okay, I'm gonna go with... We are going the other way. Real fast. We could certainly fight that. I certainly don't want to. Don't go in there. No. 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 So for the moment, I'm just trying to find as many of the computers as we can. But there's lots of mechs on this one. Alright, there shouldn't be too much left here. Let's move the others up just in case we need them. Meanwhile, you start hacking that terminal. You start hacking this terminal. You start hacking this terminal. You go and get on that one. Is it just... Okay, so we've got 5 here. So grab the rest of you. And the answer is no and no. So the big concern is there's another room back there. And it's entirely possible that I will have to fight into whatever room, because I'm assuming once I go in the room with the mechs, everything goes sideways. So hack that terminal. Hack this terminal. We might be able to sneak around the room, though. I don't think that's anything, because I think we've got, what, 4, 5, 6? I think we've got it all. So let's drop over here by Scooter. Actually, let's sit in a central spot and be ready to react wherever we're needed. Because I'm a little worried that once these start going, one of them is going to aggro us. So as able, we'll rally everyone around. Okay. Bentley's about to finish as well. Then we have a Night Dweller. Ooh, hey, actually, go grab that Glitter World. I forgot about it. You grab that Plasteel as well. Not worry about the package meals, but those are worth grabbing. Mechanoids wake up in 1 hour. I think we'll be out of here in time. You're killing me there, Luxury. Do we have someone who's got really, really high... Hey, Illicit? Take that real fast. As fast as you are compared to Lux, you'll get that done in seconds. And where is our exit shuttle? Get out of here. Okay, we should be more than fine. Oh, please keep running, Illicit. Keep running. No, don't get hit. Keep running. Get out of here. Very, very get in the chopper. Being caught out in the open against that would have been a couple of people in not so good of health. But we made it. Because if we stopped to fight them, we would have gone, tied up with them for a little while, and that would have escalated into fighting the other ones that were back there. And there was something like 4 centipedes, like 6 or 7 scythers, a couple of lancers, and all that. That's a lot of damage. And not having EMPs with us, it means we would be just kind of straight up fighting them. Just hoping we have enough cover to give ourselves the advantage. But is what is. Alright, we're still pushing the limits of our power. We could turn that off. Okay, we can build that spot there. Back wall here. A lot of things still not having power. You tried to make a clip? Gotcha, it's appreciated. Yeah, when it went from like fast time to slow time, I got scared that a lancer or a pikeman or something had stopped to pop a shot. Which even if it wouldn't have been a serious shot, if it would have slowed illicit, that would have given enough time for like the centipede to open up or, you know, something else to stall them out. And then it goes, okay, well, do you then, you know, do you then let everything like go to heck till, you know, unless it gets left behind, or does everyone hop out and fight a really bad fight, or worse off, they destroy the shuttle? I've not been through that. I have seen someone on the way mission where the shuttle got destroyed, and then, you know, you look at them and they're like half across the map from where the caravan is, or where their base is. They're like, I guess we just caravan our entire force back to our base over the course of like a week and a half. Yeah, I mean, if you tried to clip it, that'll be good enough, because even if, like, there are times that people take a clip, but they take, like, way too long that the clip isn't really good. But just by getting that time frame, that lets me go back and go, okay, let me, you know, clean up this clip a little bit. Like, it's basically re-clipping it. I can't edit your clip, but it makes it way more manageable to make it a lot nicer. Okay, and then Scooter's de-aging, so everyone's in their de-age cycle. And they're all patching up the building. Go ahead and don't leave that door open anymore. And how are we doing here? We still have the bionic heart. I'm waiting for someone to have inspired surgery. Specifically, I'm waiting for someone like a Night Dweller to have inspired surgery. And then Siren will get the bionic heart. I just don't want to mess with it until we have inspired surgery. We've got all that going on down there. Gotten our sculpture made finally. Slowly making our bedrooms nicer. Meanwhile, you could use a bit more tentacles and growth going on. I also just realized I did that till I never cleaned it up. So you've got 8 hours in there, 2 days in there, 6 hours in there. And the power is just flickering. Once all those turn off, our power should stabilize again. And our bioferrite is going back up. I just think it was I was leaning pretty hard on the flares. And the way you reload your flares is with bioferrite. So, because I was leaning hard on the flares for the tougher fights we had, it was costing me bioferrite in the long run. Oh, I also need to go over here. Get those floors all nice. Okay, and cinching cookies out, and then very shortly after we'll have Noah Plo out, and then it'll be Scooter will be just a little bit behind the others. Yep, and there's Noah Plo. I'm honestly tempted to have Noah Plo jump right back in and just have Noah Plo do some cycles de-aging, since they're like right on that fence where they can get bad back and all that stuff. And Noah Plo is the only one who Noah Plo can't heal. All the other negative effects I've got means I can deal with. But no upload would be dependent on me finding like a a healing mech serum or something like that. And now it's basically ready for whenever I want to build the containment door as well. I'm trying to avoid doing it because you cannot turn off the containment rooms. Alright, how much longer do we have in that heat wave? We accepted it 6 days ago for 6.9 days, so we got 1 day left. And then the heat wave will pass. Alright. Yeah, and then one day you get out of there. Weirdly, there's no animals left on the map. Oh, it's because of the heat wave. It got hot enough they left. So everyone's dealing with some mild heat stroke and all that. That's pretty okay. That should get self-sorted out. We need to let people get their toxic buildup knocked back down. That a bunch of people have some small amounts of toxic buildup from those missions away. So we're going to be back into the waiting for, we're going to be back into the situation of waiting for the next raid or event to happen to then go out and... Why do you have two of those right next to each other? That is not what I want to see over there. Is there somewhere else we can use one of these lights right now? There. Foam turret. Copy color. Base color. Okay. And paste color. Because I actually built two of those lights right next to each other and that wasn't needed. Alright. And the heat wave is over. We've got a gray pall going on, which is fine. I mean, we could also trigger avoid provocation.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, they're cleaning up all the junk laying out there. Major break risk on sentient cookie because hideous environment. Because you're standing in a hideous environment where it's dark. You're not feeling well because of both the toxic buildup as well as the heat. That is what it is. Okay, so schedules. Restrict everyone back to Area 1. Give them a minute to recover. And then we will do avoid provocation. I forgot, it's gonna take a minute here. So Calaria Star is our best one, and everyone else can just line up. So here is for hoping for something we can get some bioferrite out of for a while. The Murder Ball would be nice. Devourer would be a little worrisome, but doable. The Juggernaut things are also real dangerous. Those are the ones that you can contain them, but there's always that, okay, but if it breaks free and someone's nearby, that person's dead. So there's that. And the likelihood of getting another Revenant right now is pretty minimal. Metal Horrors would also not be that bad of a choice. The Noctils aren't terrible as well. Shamblers are garbage. They don't do me any good. Corrupted Obelisk. Okay. And it conveniently appeared right by my base, so we do want to study it. And we do want to suppress it. And then meanwhile, the very next thing I'm going to do... Well, actually, we're not going to worry about getting it inside my perimeter until we know which one it is. If it's the one that lets me clone people, we are abusing the living daylights out of it. We are straight up making that our entire run is playing with that obelisk. Because the clone obelisk is a really good time. But if on the other hand, it's the one that teleports you off the map, then we just deal with it. So I'll probably do is I'll probably make a doorway out here and then loop that in if it's one we want to keep. Which again, that'd be perfect. If that's a cloning one, I could so easily put that inside my perimeter and then we'll just be good. One thing we probably need to do is we'll want more people wardening in the long run. We've got 6, which is pretty good. We're just going to keep an eye on that. Everyone else can be let outside the perimeter now. Okay, so you're getting mostly done. And you are done down there. And you're mostly done down here. Hey, Evie Meister, how's it going? Yeah, so we're just waiting to see which obelisk that is. Let's see, what do you like most and least about RimWorld? It's usually just not my way of looking at things as most and least, that kind of stuff. I do like RimWorld in the sense that you have a large variety of how things work. You're asking me to send you 4 colonists. We'll wait on that. 4 colonists for basically a whole season. But I like the whole like dynamicness of the way things happen, so there's effectively a story that builds up and all that, and I really appreciate that. For me, for things that I don't like about RimWorld is caravanning as a mechanic is rough. And honestly, until this last major update, RimWorld was notorious for not actually bringing quality of life into the game and just kind of leaving it for the mods to take care of. And to me, that's an incorrect decision. That it's fine that mods could fill in the gaps, but there should never be the expectation that mods should just do so indefinitely. Like, by all means, stopgap, have the mod, you know, help out a little bit, and then, you know, bring it in-house. And I do understand people get upset, it's like, but that's going to be stealing the mod's efforts. Like, right, but if it's a quality of life thing the game really just should have, I don't want it to be the fact that a mod beat them to it, is why it never happens. But this last update, they did do a lot. But yeah, no, it's, cool, we didn't get Plague. But it's very genuinely just like, there's a lot of the game that wants to pressure you into traveling and doing stuff on the world map and caravanning, while to me the caravanning mechanic is a very rough mechanic just in itself. So it's kind of hard to be, it's like taking something that your game specifically does badly and then saying, what if we wanted you to do that for everything? And I'm exaggerating that. It's like if you made a game like Grand Theft Auto, and, you know, the gunplay in the earlier Grand Theft Autos was terrible, and you decided to make your entire ending sequence around gunplay. Ah. Poor Nico. That game was so good, but man, that mission at the dam was really just... You just slogged through it going, man, why did you go this route? All you had to do was some other thing. Was that the one with Nico Bellic? Was the one where the final mission was the dam, and you had to just do this shooting the whole way, and it was like a borderline frustration because the gunplay in GTA was not good. Like, the game was amazing, but that was kind of one of its things that they're like, okay, for the meme of having it in there, I get it, but you definitely shouldn't base main content off of it. They've improved it over the years. It's still not my favorite, but at least it's passable these days. But now that was when they first announced Anomaly, I thought it was going to be based around the Ancient Dangers. And I'm like, cool, they're going to make us go check out the Ancient Dangers, get relics. That sounds great. And that means they're going to have to revisit caravanning. And it was a totally different thing. And I actually think this is better than what I was thinking to begin with. But it is definitely one of those things like, right, but I kind of really still wanted them to, you know, maybe do something about the caravanning. That's what I would want in like their next DLC, is just be like, hey, whatever you're gonna do, I would encourage them, like, you know what, make a DLC that we actually have reasons to caravan, like not just you're forced because the game says you need to, but like, again, I like the idea of doing stuff with the relics to have larger scale impact on your world. Like, just really have, like, grand scale. Like, you could raise and lower temperature of the planet. Or you could cause animals to be more wild. And that you could do stuff to influence the politics between the other factions to some degree. And, like, that kind of stuff. And it would have those ripple implications. But I like the idea of being able to use have a relic that you can resurrect a person, and you can reuse it, but there are consequences for doing so. But make me have to, like, treasure hunt and spelunk and that kind of stuff to do it. Especially where we have the big thing where you can drop below and have a map under your map. Let us do that, but, like, you know, you're spelunking for treasure. So it's like an Ancient Danger, but you're going down into it kind of thing. And then you can find nifty stuff, but it's, like, super sketch down there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I want it to be like, yeah, if you know, make me have a reason to caravan out to go seek this stuff. Like, make it dangerous, but the reward is, you know, you get a hold of that relic, and now this is something to be possessed. Like, have it absolutely demolish my wealth, just be completely unreasonable amounts of wealth, but just be this giant power button. Alright, investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It's an architechnological device that seems to be to interact with organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of a larger architect structure that is destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex, frighteningly powerful, and its purpose and method of action are totally a mystery. If not suppressed, its activity level will increase over time, and you can't tell what will happen when the device fully activates. Yep. Has you never finished a GTA game? You'll play a mess of the game, drive all the different cars, weapons, unlocking maps. Yeah. I've always enjoyed, like, playing the GTA stories. They're always pretty, like, rough stuff and all. Okay, so let's see how bad that is. So for right now, everyone is now restricted to Area 1. We have medicine production. Like, I've certainly enjoyed them. There's definitely times it feels like they like to get over the top. That is some bugs. That is some bugs going on there. That said, that is a if a raid hits that, that's done. Twist obelisk is ready to use again. Go for it. So with that being a concern, make sure we still... Oh, I'm going to need you to be in Area 1, aren't I? Alright, so new plan. Let's go to our area's danger. And we'll go... So expand the danger zone. And then we will clear the danger zone. So no one gets anywhere near any of that down there. And now you're in the danger zone. So we can keep them doing the obelisk up here and see if we actually want to put it inside. Obelisk interaction. Oh, okay. Is basically saying it would have given them the biomass stomach or the flesh mass stomach, but it didn't because that's a nice surprise for whoever activates them. Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, I need to wait for that to catch up for absorbing the pollution. We've been getting ahead of them. Yeah, so we're going to switch that spot for a door. So that gives us a way out. I don't really want an exit door on this side, again, because then the Revenant can go right out the door, and then it's really hard to find it. Versus when it has to worm through its base, I get some time to put some damage into it on its way out. But in this particular case, I think that's the higher priority. Right, meanwhile, yeah, you're still going. Okay, and I just need to let the pollution let the trees catch up, or we're gonna run into problems with that. Finish constructing the door. There we go. Alright, well, never mind hunting. It's outside. Alright. And a little bit more uranium over there. Little by little, we're getting that all sorted. How's our power grid doing? We still have 240 left over. And our bioferrite is just about staying balanced, which is not really what I want. I want to be just solidly on a net gain. Like, even if it's not a big net gain, just solidly on a net gain. We're still doing good on all of our stone. We got ourselves in our sculpture that's of good quality, so let's go shove that in a room. Getting anyone their own stuff. With the art bench, how much are we up to? Let's say go to 20. Food-wise, we're doing good. Skyrim was 2011, GTA 5 was 2015. Well, I mean, that's partly because of the whole thing where, like, how many games... Like, Skyrim isn't a game as a service. That's the weird thing that Skyrim took so long for Bethesda to come out with, like, another iteration in the series. But, GTA was with the GTA Online thing. Like, people were getting pretty pissed off because they're like, it's fine that they have this multiplayer thing. But, like, for me personally, I personally feel that Rockstar does not do nearly enough for moderation on its online servers with, like, the sheer number of people modding and cheating that, you know, it becomes a joke. You can't go an entire night playing in the lobbies without dealing with, you know, someone, like, you know, setting the sky on fire levels of modding. So not like... this person's a little suspicious. Like, no, the sky is raining fire, and that vehicles that aren't supposed to be available are flying around, and now everything's exploding simultaneously and the server node's lagging out. Levels of people abusing stuff. That and so much about the GTA Online really encourage people to just be absolute trolls. I wish there was more levers and all that they pulled to not discourage, but to have consequences for people who just go and straight up just start murdering each other left and right. So just kind of one of those things that's like, yeah, you know what? Have the in-game bounty system be more interesting. Don't have it where they die and the bounty just clears. Like, make it sticky where it's hard to go around and do stuff because you've been just murdering people left and right. And when I mean murder people, like, it's one thing if you're like, hey, we're gonna fight, like you do the in-game thing to, like, set up a duel or whatever where you're versus or whatever, that's fine. No consequences there. But, like, when you're just going around and people are doing stuff, not, like, it's one thing when you're doing the missions like the motorcycle club, where the idea is, like, I steal a car, and then you try and steal the car from me, and that's, like, the dynamic is supposed to be multiplayer hostile like that. Sure. That's literally the way the game's supposed to work. But when you have people who are just driving around and people are flying with their missile-launching motorcycle that flies through the sky and home missiles on you, and you're some new player who's trying to drive around in a beginner car, it's like, way to make a game that you're never going to get a new audience for. Like, I feel like that's the problem that GTA Online has actually run into, is they gave out those really powerful toys at different points, and now they're out, so they can't take them back. And it's kind of forced everyone to have them. So, like, GTA Online isn't driving around cars and doing that. It's driving these sci-fi homing missile motorcycles and stuff like that. The only reason GTA 5 is online? So, GTA 5 on Twitch is only alive because of RP. And I would say that's mostly true of Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. But that's not to say they're good, bad, or otherwise games, but for the Twitch thing, it's the RP that is the draw. But being popular on Twitch has no reflection about whether or not a game is good or not. You have some games that are absolute rubbish that because they're so bad, they're popular on Twitch. Like, you know, it's fun to see people tackle the game because it's so jank and messed up and whatever. Yeah, it's also very easy to stream. Yep. Oh yeah, role-playing is fairly straightforward to stream. It can be like emotionally taxing and everything. But it's one of those things that, assuming you're not just doing your own thing, it kind of keeps itself moving on its own. Not to say being successful as an RP streamer isn't hard, like, you know, making it so that you're involved in stuff, that interesting things are happening, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, not GTA, GTA is easy to stream? Gotcha. Let's see, the first roleplay server you ever was on, random one from the Project Zomboid server list. They asked where you came from. You said my mom. And they kicked you? Yeah, there's a reason why when you go into RP servers, a lot of time there's an application process, because they're trying to avoid, like, it doesn't take many people to, you know, ruin roleplay. Like, if everyone's kind of playing, like, you're doing, like, the serious roleplay, and then you have the person who comes and is like, well, I'm a demigorgon. And you're like, okay, hang on. Like, everyone around here is, like, a normal person, and then you have this person who's pretending to be a demigorgon. It's like, that's fine. There are RP servers that you can do all that. But if you're looking for a serious one, or it's one of those things you run into it where, like, the RP server I was on with GTA, like, you were allowed to have some supernatural stuff. But it eventually got to the point, it's like, alright, hang on. We had, like, there was entirely too many people doing split personality that they're like, okay, look, come on, people. Like, you're using split personality as an excuse to have a character who can be nice and then also just be, like, a murderous rampage. And, you know, so you can be a serial killer but not at the same time. And that's fine, but there's, like, a dozen of you. And that's just too many for the server to accommodate. And then you had all these people who are trying to be supernatural stuff, like, you know, using glitches and all that. And a lot of them, they're like, people are starting to get pretty upset about it because just, like, it was just too much. It wasn't it wasn't even the problem that they were there. It was like every third character wanted to be something like that. So like my character was a perfectly normal character just living in a city. And so a lot of them were really badly done, where it was what was referred to as forced RP, which is you're forcing people to believe things or do things because of the nature of what you're doing. So that was very frustrating for me. I did like that there was one guy on the server who, he was basically like a Dracula character, but he deliberately made it in this like gray area where he might be a vampire. He also might be just some jerk making stuff up, and he did a really good job of making it so it really could be either way. And it worked out really well that a lot of people appreciate. One, because he was fun to interact with. And then on top of that, if you weren't trying to go for the supernatural, you could approach it like, oh, this dude's some nut job over here. He thinks he's a vampire. But he wouldn't try and do stuff like glitch the game to like go through walls or whatever. Or, you know, he'd walk up to a mirror, and of course in GTA there's reflections in the mirror, but he'd be like, no, there's like, oh no, they'll see I have no reflection, but there's clearly a reflection in the mirror. And so he wouldn't do the thing where you like put the little pin on the thing that's like, you do not see a reflection. He would leave that open to you, so your character could pretend that they don't see a reflection, or could pretend they do. And I really enjoyed being around him, because it was just a wild character, but it was one of those ones that you could interpret it how you wanted. And it was fun. Versus we had people who pretend to be a ghost who would possess people, and, you know, they would, you know, glitch out some of the animations so they could move your character and all that. Most of those got knocked out pretty fast. They're like, hey man, that's too far. Like, you know, it's like, you know, whatever this person was doing, you've hijacked their entire day and forced yourself onto it. That's too much. Because good RP, you're able to, you know, engage as much or as little as you like. And good RP doesn't mean bad things don't happen to you. Like I had on the server at one point, my character got held up at gunpoint. It was actually like a really fun experience, even though, like, you know, my person got robbed. But like, it was good roleplay. So it was a negative event for my character, but it was a positive event for the fun. We just did a heat wave, so that's fine. Versus, like, if I had paid the person and then they shot me just to do, like, just because, that would be kind of bad RP, because, you know, then it doesn't matter what I was doing before. Now I'm stuck dealing with this. Versus, if the person robs me and I go, like, you know, hey, like, I want to escalate this, so, you know, you start sitting there, you talk back and all that, and then it escalates, and, you know, it goes where it goes. Or you just kind of go with it and be like, hey, man, like, it's just money, take it. You know, it's kind of realizing where everyone is. Because the idea is everyone wants to have fun there. That's the point. Otherwise, your server dies. I haven't done any roleplay since then. That was actually the only time I did any, like, serious roleplay, was that particular server. I had fun. I don't think I'd do it again, though. It's such a time vampire. And, like, people get way serious like that. I thought you did roleplay as a bartender, for example. Yeah, but that wasn't serious roleplay. That was, So if you go to Undead Baron when he does his roleplay servers, that's, I forget the term. It's either, I think it's soft roleplay or casual roleplay. The idea is, yeah, you're supposed to kind of generally be in a character, and you're not, like, don't be a jerk about stuff. But hard roleplay, which is what the GTA is talking about, is like, you are supposed to value your own life, so you're not supposed to do stuff that, like, a reasonable, rational person would not do. So, like, you're not just gonna get your car and jump it off a mountain. kind of thing, because that isn't a thing a reasonable person would do. Now, there can be, like, exceptions to that if your character is dealing with something that they're in a fairly extreme situation, their response can be fairly extreme. But it was just kind of one of those things that it's not like, oh, it's Tuesday, time to ramp off the mountain. Did you not build the wall? Okay, there you go. But you used to do a lot of written roleplay on Discord and such. Yeah, I never got into that. Like, the only roleplay I had done before that server was I did very light roleplay and stuff like World of Warcraft and that kind of stuff. Where when I say it's like light roleplay, it was kind of characters like holding within a theme. But that was about it. Or Ultima Online, I did that. Where it's like the character had like a basic personality and that's about as deep as it went. So you got knocked down. Yeah, you just got roughed up. So like I'd have a character who's an aggressive character. I'd have a character who's like the Boy Scout. So 19 days. I would send four people away for 19 days. We could definitely afford to do it. And I would definitely do it for the goodwill. I kind of don't feel like it. Because I feel like I'd rather have those people on hand. And honestly, when it comes to getting that goodwill, I could just drop pod stuff over to them or something like that. You respect our people not capable of actually doing? Yeah, I feel like a lot of people feel like they can't do it who actually could. But it is also one of those things that it's not for everyone. Like, you know, there's stuff that people like everyone has their stuff they do and don't enjoy. Everyone has the stuff that, like, you know, engaging with isn't like good for them and not. Like, there's some people I knew are really good at RP, but at the same time it would start messing with their headspace, so it wasn't good for them. Alright, so we can go ahead and get rid of some of the worn stuff here. We do have a lot of money, but I don't think they had much we wanted. Because these are ours. I don't really need your books. I mean, it's a shame it's only normal quality. I'll take your medicine. And I'll take that. Alright. So... yeah. That's the thing. Like, there's people that came to, like, Project Zomboid that... there's a lot of people who's like, I love watching this game, but there's a whole lot of people like, I love watching the game, but, you know, do not enjoy playing it. Like, and usually it's around the how punishing losing is kind of thing. Or how punishing, like, getting bitten or whatever is. Alright, so, bionic leg right. Why are you not... did I choose the wrong person? No, I chose the right person. Oh, no doctor, because they're all asleep. Oh, you got up and went right back to... okay, and now we can take a Night Dweller and get you to get the other bionic leg on there. You loved watching Tarkov, but playing is boring? I enjoyed Tarkov. For me, though, the cheating definitely got out of hand. Like, it's not, and I'm not talking about, like, that gray area of, oh, well, this person, it feels like they may have been aimbotting or whatever. It's, like, the stuff where they're shooting through walls and insta-killing, and you offload, like, a whole bunch, and then you're like, okay. There's there's a certain point where you have to go, all right, that's a bit much. But that one is even the one that got me to stop doing a lot of the multiplayer was PUBG. PUBG was the one where you had the people running across the map going like Mach 5 headshotting everyone as they went by. Like, let's see, attempting to remove Siren Simulator's Flesh Whip caused the twisting mass of flesh to attack. The Flesh Whip, flesh mass is detached from, and is, okay, the point is, it turned into a flesh beast. So everyone pop out. Did you even hurt me? I don't even think anyone got hurt. I think they instantly killed it and it was sorted. So I didn't realize removing the arms would also trigger that. I mean, I'm totally fine with it. It's not that big a deal. One flesh beast at this point in the game is a trivial thing. Cheating can really ruin a game? Yeah. Well, and also just like toxicity in the community can also ruin a game pretty quickly. That's what got me to stop playing MOBAs after a while. I used to be really, really heavy into playing lots of MOBAs, and I was really good at it, but I just got tired of every game. Like, you'd have a day at work, you'd deal with, like, crappy customers and all that, and then you'd come home and have someone, like, just mouthing off in the worst way, and you're just like, you know what? I don't want to deal with it. And of course, the argument people say, like, oh, well, just mute them. It's like, yeah, but it's a team-based it's a team-based game, and they, punish you for leaving early. So you can mute them, but that just means you've wasted wasted a bunch of your afternoon while you wait for the game to finish. If you only got a couple hours to play, that really sucks. That it's like, all right, well, I guess that's the whole thing. Here's some pretty bad stuff about Tarkov. I know Tarkov's been dealing with cheating problems. That's I heard they came out with the single, like, not single, the PvE version of Tarkov. That it was a recent release that they made it so you can play where it's cooperative / you are versus the AI. And it's still supposed to be absolutely brutally hard because, you still have the NPC, like the scavs out there, and then there's the PMC, which normally are players. So PMC is just the other players normally, that they have AI handling that as well on that version. And they sometimes borderline aimbot you, they're so accurate. But at the same time, just not dealing with, like, yeah, trolley spawn camping. So that's, like, one of the things that Cult Escapee, a mangled figure is approaching the colony. She wants to talk. You can send a colonist to hear what they have to say. Are we making a new friend? A trigger-happy new friend? Release Dead Life Dust. Release a cloud of dust-like substance that will settle on nearby corpses and raise them as shamblers. The shamblers will only attack your enemies. Deadlight dust is made of a nanoscale archites. Okay. Go on. That's one I haven't seen yet. But yeah. So it's good. The problem they ran into is any good faith that Tarkov had. They kind of burned by, they had promised a bunch of benefits to their, like, premium pack or whatever it's called, and then they sort of kind of didn't give them and sort of kind of did give them, that kind of thing. And I don't know all the details in that because I didn't buy that pack, but it really burned the goodwill. But to get that single player one, from my understanding, you had to have one of the more expensive packs, which I don't, and I'm not getting. But it's one that I would be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to be like, hey, on my own time, that would be a game that'd do terribly on the channel. Like, on my own time, be like, hey, let me pop back in and check that out. Am I really down to the point I don't have any of the really good guns? Oh, we have a legendary, alright, never mind. We got a legendary Nerf Spiker. That'll actually, you don't get the legendary Nerf Spiker. Because you can technically leave. Alright, so you're gonna get a name. So who is our new person? That is not an empty queue, that's a bug. Groot's Twig, alright. So you are gonna get that one. And the reason I did that is there is a chance this person can betray us or leave. And just in the event they did, I don't want them to have like a legendary quality weapon and walk away with it. Because that's a big old bummer. So put you in the danger zone. Recreation, put you on the schedule there. Go to your work schedule. Why do I have you all set to 4 handles? Stop it. So you can construct, you can grow, and you can plant cut, and you can research. Honestly, I am fine for you working on whatever you feel like. So your arm and your eye are missing. Hey, you know what, buddy? Groot's buddy, I happen to have this available to potentially replace that arm. And then on top of that, we can have Noaplo go and use unnatural healing to get your eye back. Alright, that's not really what I was aiming for, but that's okay. An unnatural healing. And with that, you got your missing arm back. Did you end up taking that gun anyways? No, I had Alana Rama grab the legendary version, and she dropped her good version, and then I gave the good version to Groot's Twig. So we just kind of did a little round robin with our equipment to get them the one that's a bit more set up. All right, meanwhile, we have about just shy of a 20% chance of a masterful conversion. I'd like to do that to hopefully convert them immediately. Hey, Fran, thanks so much for the raid. Metal horror detected. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. Yeah, no, it's we've done the metal horror event in this one. That actually went. Oh yeah, no, this one is pretty rough because it was the suspects were both of my doctors and my cooks, just because they happen to be in the right place, and that's who you don't want having it. It turned out okay. It ended up being someone else. But there was definitely that, well, we've interrogated them a few times, and we're just really hoping we did that. Let's see, 2 pop out during a refugee betrayal. A big challenge for tribals. Oh, yeah. Yeah, where it suddenly goes from a very manageable number of people to a very not manageable number of people. There's a lot of people with tattered apparel. Why are we dealing with so much tattered apparel? The flak stuff should be here. I think it's just people getting tied up on crafting on that bench so much. But yeah, but welcome in, Raiders. For those, first of all, you can check out Fran and Possum, another fantastic content creator. Also plays a bunch of RimWorld, among other things, so definitely good times over there. But welcome in. I am Rual Storge. We play variety games here on Twitch. We're doing ourselves a little bit of challenge here, where you might look at this and be like, this seems like a perfectly reasonable place. This seems like a lovely base. Except all that red is toxic waste. So that's a good time that we're just in a big old pool of toxic waste. We used to have a lot less area to work with, but you can look, I've got these little toxic pumps. We're very slowly carving the area out. I do have a bunch of arbitrary rules, like I'm not allowed to just ship the toxic waste off my tile or drop pod it out or anything like that, nor can I be immune to it or anything like that. But use the Pollux trees to get rid of. So it's Appalachia challenge. I like to jokingly call it a Florida challenge, but sure. And on top of that, it's also a swamp hill map, so all that red, blue, and yellow I can't put anything heavy on top of. So I've got moisture pumps slowly carving area out. Alright, we've got a site stealer. So the good news is, this should be pretty easy for us to manage. So first of all, we want to get Luxray out of here. The site stealer's not bad on its own, but realistically, we're looking at pretty large numbers for a site stealer event at this point in the game. So you go through here. I'm going to actually have you hold that door open on your way through. And let's actually have you all drop back all the way back here. And you go there. That way you get time to get everyone in position. Luxray, I need you to get far enough ahead that you don't get shot by friendly fire, please. So the question is, they're just one? Sight Stealer shrieks. The colonists hear Sight Stealer shrieking at the distance. It's hard to tell how many there are and when they might arrive. Will it be immediately or soon? So this kind of sucks, because that obelisk over there, I cannot leave that unattended. So we're going to poke that door real fast so it closes again. And we're going to change our priority to now we are staying in the Area 1 priority. Which basically is stay inside the defensive perimeter. The good news is, for invisible stuff... Come on. I've got very good coverage. So if anything is invisible nearby my base, I will see it. So I can figure out what, like, when they've arrived and deal with them. And we can get that sorted. Oh, and we're still dealing with heat stroke. We just had a heat wave go away. So the thing I gotta watch is this obelisk up here. We still don't know which one it is. But I am going to have to suppress it. And I'm waiting to see, I'm hoping it'll be the cloning obelisk. Because if it's the cloning obelisk, one, I love the cloning obelisk, it's my favorite. And two, then I can bring it inside my perimeter and we can start abusing, I think. If anything is invisible, it isn't. Pretty much. There's a reason this poor Revenant stands zero chance of getting out of this place. Because I can watch exactly which way it leaves the building and everything, and honestly, as close as everyone is, we just drop an army of chain shotguns. Now, before I didn't have that... Oh, hey, sorry, Alanorama. Before I didn't have this door until we got the obelisk here, so the Revenant had to go the whole way out and around, or that way. But you got the clone obelisk in your colony as well. Jesse been in events, not a lot of time to pump out a good pawn. Yeah, well, I'm lucky that Noaplo here has unnatural healing, which is perfect to combine with the cloning obelisk, because most of its negative side effects you can just unnatural healing away. And if someone's in too much danger, you can just throw them in a cryopod until unnatural healing comes back. The first one we're going to be cloning is Siren here, because Jogger Nimble Brawler with crafting on there. Can you clone a creeper pawn? I thought you couldn't. Could be selected. No. It's my comment with that is, say I clone Siren and you have one of the negative things, like there's one where the clones will start breaking down until one of them dies. That can be healed by unnatural healing. So basically, you just start a clone mass thing, and you just have the unnatural healing person just patch people up as the cloning doesn't always go well. My first anomaly victory, I had 2 people with unnatural healing, and I had the cloning obelisk. And it was like kind of a jack of all trades pawn with like really high shooting. I was just like, more. Give me more. I want more of them. So we had, what was it? It was like 4 or 5 Eonex at the end. Alright, meanwhile, we're expanding our containment. That's what we got going on up here. But I'm just having to use the moisture pumps to clean up the ground so I can actually build on it. Animal disease plague. Poor Boomalope, you deserve better. You're not going to get better, it's RimWorld, but you deserve better. Alright, so what we're going to do real fast is one of our wardens, Scooter. Alright, buddy, you are off restriction for a moment. Why am my brain is just not doing it. Alright, so Scooter is off restriction. So they're in the danger zone. And we're going to send them out here. And we're going to grab everyone who isn't Scooter or children. Actually, we'll leave Noaplo behind. Just because they're too valuable a pawn to put at any type of real risk. So I've got to suppress this thing. So I'm grabbing everyone to basically babysit them while they suppress it. Just in case this ends up being the moment that the Sight Stealers arrive. Now, if they arrive, the goal isn't to just fight them straight up. It's just to buy enough time for Scooter to retreat out and get everyone out till we can get to a choke point. I just need to get that activity down. Because there's a good chance that we have this wave of sight stealers. We're probably talking 50-plus sight stealers. So if someone gets caught out by themselves, they don't come home in the evening. Alright, and you're back under restriction. Okay, and our bioferret is recovering, so that's good news. I'm also kind of tempted. We got this giant mega spider swarm down here. I'm slightly tempted when the sight stealers arrive to not go out, fire a single mortar shell to make them angry, and just see what happens. Just see what happens. Because they should be angry at that point, and I suspect they'll fight. I'm not 100% on that. That'd be good to know. Okay, so you ran out of... I don't remember what you were even mining. So we've got steel there. We've got steel out there. Our steel supply is really good. Our gold is really good. The jade is kind of an... Oh, we got another silver spot there, so we can put that there for more silver. What are you farming right now? I mean, it's limestone chunks. It's not the worst, but let's move that over there. It's fine. They'll figure it out. So we're just waiting for all these to start popping up. Because sight stealers, that when they arrive kind of with the same AI as like the Manhunter pack, where they'll just circle around your perimeter until they can get away into something they want to attack. So they won't like attack your doors unless they're chasing someone and stuff like that. But I'd really like them to attack soon. Okay. So we've got them from multiple fronts. So let's do some science. Hey, children, you get to be our scientists today. What if you put a shot right, we'll say right there. And you get how many they are by the fact that they've got 4 different ones of my invisibility detectors going. Make that 5. So there's enough of them that I have 6 different invisibility detectors on all sides of my base being procced. That's how many there are. High explosives. High explosives. You should be able to do that. Try the other one. They're not reserved. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. I understand. First of all, you shouldn't be on that. I understand. I have their zoning wrong. That's just like, wait a second. Yeah, they shouldn't be on the, well, that's annoying. Okay, so shrink this area. Chop down that tree. So the hope here is we're going to anger our little hive friend down here. My hope is they'll all trigger, not just the one we hit. It's a big enough area, I'm hoping you won't miss. Okay, so it's only gonna trigger the ones that we do hit. Don't keep firing. Please put that away. Alright, so with that, it's obvious that I'm gonna have to fight this. That's fine. This is gonna be a lot of enemies. Invisibility detectors are those news? You remember you have who problems with Revenant? They came out with it. I know a lot of people, the Revenant is their least favorite event. Just very gently. Oh, you're still running around? I figured you would have been mauled by now. Huh. All your friends got wrecked. Yeah, no, they give you a lot of tools to deal with the Revenant. Now that said, you can be caught before you have the tools, and yeah, it's a bad time then. Like the Revenant is one of those events that can be absolutely devastating depending on when it shows up and what you've got available to you, that kind of nonsense. Oh, there's like small trees there. So the door is open. So we can see that that one's popped over there. You're still hanging out over here. All right, the one near us is there, so they're in range. And drop one flare. Alright, give him a moment to settle that. The hope here is that should be all of them, I'm guessing. I just want to sort this out one way or the other. And how are you doing? You're the only one who took any hits. Okay. Alright, so with that, I'm not seeing any implication that there's going to be another wave. So schedule, everyone is now changed to the danger zone with the exception of the kids. The kids stay in area 1 because that's a safe area. We got visitors arriving here, so that's fine. I don't really want to keep Sight Stealers. But I'm going to bring them in for now. And if we manage to save some, we manage to save them for the moment. Yeah, so that's interesting information, though, that I hit that. But I also caught that tree slightly, so we'll wait till the tree recovers. So you definitely wouldn't want to sit there and just clobber it with mortars and whatever. Okay. Alright, we will not study you. Now, if I turn that back on, how much will I actually get so far as bioferrite out of this? I suspect it's... I think it was just like 1 or 2. But the hope being, it'll end up being enough to make it worthwhile. So turn all these on. Do not study these. The intention is going to be that we'll just get rid of those the moment we get something better in the area. 1.6, so that's absolutely not the worst. The downside is that is going to be putting a lot of burden on our stuff here. We have a siege raid showing up. And you do have sniper rifles and all sorts of awful stuff. I hate it. I do very much hate it. Do I think I can run up... Okay, who wants to be a hero? I think you... Well, actually... No, because you'll have to lose your shield belt. The bugs... So the problem with the bugs is I'd have to hit them with a mortar and only a few pop out. So... Actually, Groot's is our new one. Are you going to be breaking very soon? Groot's, buddy. Oh, where did your... Did somebody grab the orbital bombardment beacon? Yeah. So a Night Dweller, I don't want you to have that. Groot's? I got a mission for you, friend. And I need you to be fast about it, okay? Or not. Or they're just going to immediately escalate to charging the colony. Okay, that's not how that was supposed to go, but it's also a way I'm down to allow to happen. Alright, I guess I just couldn't find a good spot. So they're mostly set up for longer range. They do have some short range stuff. Lots of tox packs, which I'm not a huge fan of. So what we're going to do is, in that case, we're going to have you drop around here. And all the rest of you pile in behind here. You know, get everyone positioned there real fast. Okay, so it's not... Yeah, no, the... Oh, I wish you'd just go slightly down. Go slightly down. Right there. Right there. Come on. You want to go down that way. You're not going to because you want to go around that body of water. Okay, you still in the range? Ooh. Okay, I'm glad I checked that. You need to move up. Because the goal here is I do want everyone in range. So that these chain shotguns are in range to do some damage. You pop back here. You pop up here. Because the idea of what we want is we want, when they pop into this area, that everyone goes in. Hey, you two, you're about to have a real bad time. But if you can pop his waist pack, I could go for that, though. Alright, meanwhile, for the children, I want you to go hide in that bedroom, okay? So they should likely run for cover of the trees and all that. So the hope here is that we just kind of do that to them. That's not a good time, Groot. Also, how are you missing that much? I know he's got cover. It's pretty bad cover. I am amazed they're holding up to that many chain shotguns. Okay. So you're pretty messed up. Do you have... You do not have unnatural healing ready. Is there anyone here we care about their weapon that much? Not honestly, really. It's just a normal sniper rifle. Okay, that's still fine. Alright. So, you go save a nitro real fast. So that burnt up a bunch of bioferrite with all those flares. But that's fine. We got a lot of people pretty messed up in that fight, though. Yeah, no, they let the spider friends alone. Let's have... You haul those back. So they don't rot out there. So our doctor's gonna get to doctoring. Oh, you two can leave your rooms now. If there's anyone in dire straits, I want you to go to the hospital. You get to the hospital. Noaplo's already in there. Groot's will be in there in a moment. Eat your food real fast, and you got a lot of patients to tend to. Dark Visions, Unsentient Cookie. Thanks, man. I didn't see the light machine gun in there. With all the other goodies we got dropped in there. Do you still have people who are bleeding? Then you're not done yet. You get all the benefits of usually keeping you out of the fights for safety because you're a doctor. That means you get to pull all-nighters patching up all the holes in people when things get bad. That is the cost. Okay, so no one's bleeding anymore, so now you can take a break. So meanwhile, we got some goodies down here. So Illicit, you've been using that legendary bolt action since the beginning, and it has served you well, but we do have to recognize it is a bolt action. So let's go ahead and upgrade you to a Hellcat rifle. Is this the Masterwork MP5? Yeah. Okay, so that's biocoded. That can rot in the ground where it is. That's biocode. That can rot in the ground where it is. Did I accidentally pick it up? Oh, I see. I'm actually choosing the wrong things. That's fine. Alright. So we upgrade you to a Hellcat. And honestly, you're just using a normal MP5. Let's have you grab the other Hellcat, which will be in here somewhere. I need to get these shelves sorted soon. There you are. Starvation on the two of you. Okay. Colonist needs rescue. Yeah, so your consciousness and pain and all that aren't in a dangerous place. Meanwhile, Illicit, you can go ahead and work on converting Groot. And slowly wear them down till they're one of us. That's fine. I would like you to haul that body out of the door, please. Oh, we have a good light machine gun? Well, regardless... Let's get the light machine gun in here. That's the thing, it's like, I saw that we took damage from a light machine gun. I couldn't find the light machine gun, but there we go. Because that's definitely a weapon we could potentially put to use on someone. So especially if we start cloning people or something. That'll be good. We still haven't figured out this one. This is probably the teleportation obelisk would be my guess. I want to say the clone one most of the times I've had a clone trigger way earlier than that. All right. Hey, you need your weapon back. So once you're done getting your neural supercharge, how about you go get that LMG? All right. They've got lots and lots and lots of stuff we can augment our people with. What all do we have already made? We've got the jaw, the heart, the arm, some legs, all that stuff. So we can go to you, and this will start another fight, which is fine. But we're going to go operations, add, and we're going to install a bionic right arm. And you're repairing all the walls. We've got our mountain of sight stealers right here. Yeah, so I think happened was, I think they detected that that was dangerous, and they couldn't find a place to set up their siege camp, so they just went, never mind, we're going in. That's the first one we've had that they've just bailed on setting up the siege camp this run. I've run into that on like Swamp Tile runs before, where they just couldn't come up with a good place to set up their siege camp, so they just instantly switched over and went for it. Flesh mass operation, that's fine. And there we go. And that's because we had a tentacle for an arm and we replaced it. That the tentacle that popped off fought back. And with that, Siren's simulated gets to be a little bit tougher. We got 2 bionic arms, 2 bionic legs, and a tough skin gland. So what's going to be really interesting is where they had all these massive negative things for being physically hideous. They no longer have that. We are making them bubbleful by slowly replacing their writhing tentacles. Okay, so we got a bunch more injuries to sort out. I honestly don't think I need to trigger that much anymore. We've already got a lot of people with a lot of augmentations. It's good when someone's missing an arm that we have the ability to potentially replace that missing limb. Yeah, so you would be worth using it on again because you could also not unnatural healing yourself. Tentacles aren't beautiful. Pank will be appalled to hear this. Yeah, no, in RimWorld, they just are not into tentacles. Well, here's a question. I made them all not dead anymore. For a little while. But the question is, how long do they last? Okay, so it's like 6 in-game hours. So it's not a thing you could just take a giant army like that, trigger it, and then come back for it later. It's still a neat move. I don't know how you'd put it to a lot of use. I mean, maybe during like the end game finale event, like if you're doing the ship, where you'd have like your bodies would potentially pile up at a door, you could kind of fight one way by just dropping that to act as interference. Because it has a 1-day cooldown, from what it said. I just haven't used that ability before, so I wanted to see what would happen. Now the downside is they've all switched to rotting corpses. Now I've done that. Oh, there's uranium inside the room with them? That's fine. Yeah, and everyone's hauling the bodies. So, the Harbinger trees are eating well tonight. And they will continue to grow and expand. So, power's holding up okay. And these rooms are basically ready to rock and roll here. So Noah Plo, you use this. Gives you a chance of fixing that scarred arm of yours. You did not. I guess it was just a tentacle on the other arm. Alright, so we got shields unlocked, transport pods will be next. Okay, and you should be getting better. You are better right now. Okay. Alright, so this will be our next room. So we can allow these. Is back from a 10 out of 10 nap? Excellent. 10 out of 10 nap is a good time. So many bodies. Okay, so everyone's mostly in good shape. We already just did a raid. Do we have something else that's trying to do? Oh, right, the old complex. And the reason I've been hesitating on this one is let's double check what the distance was. So to send the caravan there and back and accept. And let's say, so it's 1.3 days each way. So that's almost a 3-day trek in all the pollution. How was the rest of the other game? It was good. I enjoyed it. It's kind of in the same boat that Supermarket Simulator is in, where it's like, okay, they've got a good thing going here, but it's still definitely early access, so you're just kind of waiting for it to be farther along. But like, it was good. I enjoyed it. It had a lot of fun stuff. I very much was enjoying making the outfits and clothing and all that, having it be totally cursed. Oh, am I out of plasteel? That wouldn't surprise me. I'm pretty sure bionic limbs require plasteel. That would do it. I don't know if they'll detect. Let's see. So you'd send 6 wargs, a wild... Oh, 3 raids that? No, I'm sorry. I can buy your friendship. So what I'm hoping for is that we will see plasteel in one of these. It's not looking good, though. I'm probably going to have to trade for the plasteel. Nope, there's plasteel. So the lesson here is plasteel does not show up on the search when it's like that. So as soon as I remember where the heck my drill has gone down to. So you're down here drilling silver. So let's move you up here. I'm gonna have to put you in the freezer. Hopefully they don't get hypothermia. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so move that over there. We have a natural healing available. So we could start patching up people. Who has injuries that need to be patched? And before I forget, illicit, convert them. So you were missing a toe. That's honestly fine. We'll worry about that later. Alright. And you can't be healed. You're the one doing the healing. Yeah, so it looks like it's Groots or Groots, so hey. How would you like to have that arm, you know, patched up? Or the leg, I actually don't know which one will target. No flow, finished psychic healing on Grootswig. Grootswig eye was restored, however something went terribly wrong. Oh, that's fine. And just like that, all Groots has now that's injured is a leg. So we're slowly fixing all of our friends. Ooh, we actually have most of the stuff right. So, alright, you've learned more about the Obelisk. The device is has the power to duplicate intelligent creatures in theory. Can produce duplicates without limit. Yes! Yes! Alright, everybody. Gather round. It's time for the first test subject. Trigger duplication on our melee pawn. And now this needs to be internal of our base. So that's just going to require me to do what I can with this. So limestone here. And that's as much as I can limestone it. That's fine. We will put wood around the rest of this. And then these tiles could be limestone as well. And all I'm doing is making that internal to my base so that when we have various raids and that going on, I can keep this suppressed. As well as, you know, all the other stuff. And we'll ultimately make this more incorporated, but this... And would you look at that? Just like that, we've got another jogger, nimble brawler in our colony. Excellent. Welcome to the team, friend. And you didn't immediately go murderous, so that's a good sign. So what melee weapons do we have for you here? Not much from the looks of it. This is looking like we mostly have guns. I see a poor quality knife. That's certainly not great. But it is something. Okay, so schedule, recreation, danger zone, work, and... We now have another one of you. So the other thing I'm suddenly remembering is we're low on bedrooms, and I am going to need new one because we've been cramming people in that room. All right, so we've got 2 of them. We definitely need to find a better melee weapon than that. So realistically, what I think we're going to do for those melee weapons is, assuming I can get more bioferrite, we're going to start making bioferrite longswords. Because the bioferrite longswords are actually pretty fantastic. Oh, okay, when it said vagabonds, I thought it was talking about the refugees. I'm like, don't do that. I can't handle refugees right now. Don't do that. All right. So, we are going to run into some interesting situations with this cloning. Because one thing is, the cloning does basically let you guarantee yourself colony growth, which is a concern for a number of reasons. Normally, you can't deterministically say, I'm going to just make more colony now. So, for right now, I'm going to cancel that. I do really want to, yeah, so just that tile and that tile is all we got left before all that's done. Meanwhile, we could take apart these wood walls on the outside. So we need the plasteel. Oh wait, never mind, I do want that. I forgot, I'm literally mining plasteel right now. Clean up a bunch of this wood we're not going to want to use. Meanwhile, I can look at these. Okay, so you have maxed out your distance. You don't get bigger. You're a pollution one. You've got a little bit more to go. You've maxed out your distance, so get rid of it. You've maxed out your distance, get rid of it. Bulk trade's good. Alright, so we're in the market for plasteel these days. Alright. Where? There you are. Okay. And you probably noticed all of our cybernetic augmentations did not get brought over. That is just how it works. Get rid of some of the worn out stuff here. And they don't have plasteel, that's fine. Am I sitting on a lot of fabric? Not a lot of fabric. I'm sitting on some fabric. That's fine. Okay, so we've got all those we're getting rid of. We're good here. We can get rid of a pile of the dye. Actually, don't get rid of the dye. Get rid of the flake, get rid of this. Get rid of that. That's fine. So they didn't have much I wanted. I was hoping they'd have plasteel. So good news is I am pulling up some plasteel here. I could see this being a thing that what we ultimately do is get another ground penetrating scanner when our research gets done, just to accelerate the rate stuff gets detected. Because if we do that, eventually we could get lucky and, you know, just be able to forcefully find that. What was this even for? You want to dump a person on me with paralytic abasia for 2 seasons. Now, I should take the plasteel, but I also want the reputation. I don't want the tornado generator, it's a total waste. I'm gonna do that. So welcome, friend. You may not realize it, but you're now a member of this colony. And an octal is escaping, so that's fine. So you're the one escaping. So you go to the door. All the rest of you pile in back here. Closer. Groots, I want you to not actually stand in that door, though. And meanwhile, you... will grab this person and bring them home. And sorted. Nope. It finally died. Honestly, it should have died many times over before that, but we finally accidentally killed the Noctil. Okay, and you're already on it. So that is actually a big problem, and the reason that's a big problem is those Noctils are a good source of bioferrite. And I'm depending on bioferrite as my primary fuel for power. So I need more things that go bump into night to lock them in the closet. Hey, children, you're allowed to leave. I need more of them to go bump in the night to keep things going. So we're gonna put everyone back in restriction of Area 1. And before I forget, we now consider this to be part of Area 1. Because what we're going to do is we are going to go poke things we shouldn't poke. So there's Calaria. So are any of the other ones higher that we've gotten new ones? No. No, you need to be up there. And meanwhile, we can't do our conversion ritual for a bit. Alright. Because there's a small possibility they could, like, whatever we pop could show up in time to deal with them. Oh, and also pollution. They're basically all set. So we can reinstall you up here. We can reinstall you over there. We can reinstall, where are the other two? We can reinstall you. We don't really actually have much space. I could put you in the room down here. We can reinstall you. The problem is, we've already got it where we can get most stuff we can reach. We can put it over there. That's fine. We found steel. Okay, so you took a very short psychic shock. That can happen sometimes. All right. Devour attack. I'm hoping they get involved before that's over. So what's it actually say? Devour attack, they're approaching. So this might work out. As long as they don't run off the tile right this second, there's a very good chance that Devourers will engage them, and I could just jump in while everything's going sideways. That is actually a ridiculous number of Devourers. Okay, so you're back up. Go grab your shotgun. Do not leave the tile. You gotta stay. Couple more seconds. Or go south, either way. Don't leave up. Don't leave up. Stop it. Come on, be slow. Come on, be slow. That is not what I wanted. Alright, so here's the problem. The problem is they're all bunched up, and those things are dangerous. And unfortunately, they are going to trigger to attack my walls and all that. My hope is they split up some, so that I can, you know, just grab one, kill it as best we can. They are going to likely attack our walls. I do not have enough long-range firepower to prevent them from getting at me. The entire strategy we're going to be deploying here is just letting it jump on someone and annihilating its existence with chain shotguns. And repeating that process. Okay, how badly you get hurt? Almost nothing. Perfect. Now the downside is, you killed it in the door. Schedule. Unrestrict. Say broken up there. Let's get the children off to the side. Okay, you are out of the fight. Go to sleep. Your head took multiple hits, and that is dangerous. They have breached and they are inside my base. So your secondary version, pop the door. I don't know where you're going, but I hate that you're running everywhere. No, stop breaking that. I can't replace those. You two stay in your room. I'm trying to bait into lunging at you. We're just gonna have to run in there. Poke. How are you doing? You're fairly okay. So let's grab the next group. Alright, one by one we're doing this. There is a lot of them, though. Okay, you're still doing pretty alright. Alright, so you got another one that's up here. It's breached in and coming in after us, so we'll go meet you next. I think you're gonna get there before I can get there. Alright, because as you notice, they jump on the person. That does some damage. But worst of all, while that's all happening... Oh, don't go that way! No, 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 no! No, no, no! Get over there right now. That's the reason I shouldn't ever let those kids free. Get there right now. You're being rapidly digested. Okay, how badly are you hurt? You're just burned. Go in that room. You're in timeout now. Oh, you're not dead. You're gonna be. So you got the other ones heading up here, so let's get into position to deal with them next. Okay, so it does look like they are all beelining to that entryway that we've got here, so this might be where we make our stand. That's not the time for that. I'm gonna pop the combat bonus. That is a lot of devourers. They can't really bottleneck them more because if we drop back here, I won't be able to keep the targets on. Stun it, please. How are you doing? Okay, nothing that is gonna kill you right now. So you keep baiting hits. How are you doing? Still good to keep baiting hits. That's the danger spot right there. Crumbling Mind. That's fine. I wish you'd land one of those stuns. Stun. Come on, man. Okay, this is where we definitely want to drop a flare. One more flare. Okay. I believe they are all downed. So everyone is free to take care of themselves. Alright. So capture it. Capture it. How long do you have left before you're dead? 5 hours? Not that one. Execute this one. Oh, Jaywalker? Execute it. And then capture it. Oh wait, there's one right here. Don't worry about capturing that one way over there. Capture that one. And on top of that, I guess we can go ahead and have you... So the problem is the containment on these ones is nowhere near as strong as the ones up there. That's my hesitation here. Yeah, execute that. You should be able to execute that. And capture it. So capturing these devourers is probably a terrible idea. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. Because you're 4 bioferrite a day. And that's pretty good. And we'll build a light here. And what are you working on? You're not working on that. You're treating our new pets. So what do I need to keep you contained? 90? It's pretty rough. We're just gonna start putting that in the containment rooms with anything there. Okay, so it died before I got a chance to patch it up. That's fine. The good news, that one's got a permanent brain injury. If we get some serious injuries on them, then they can't break out anymore. Oh yeah, like there's one. This one's got 3 rounds of permanent brain injury. So there's a good chance it's permanently immobilized. That one will be perfectly fine when it recovers. That's... Never mind. So we got 2 of them. One of them is probably incapable of doing anything anymore, which is exactly what you want with super dangerous, awful things you keep inside your building. Can we not let you starve? You should grab yourself a bite to eat, friend. You have untreated acid burns. Cool. Alright, so I think with that much increased production, it's time to finally allow the second bioferrite to get created. Why is there a random thing just left there? If you do get up. Please take the various critters out of here. Why are doctors not doing anything? All right. So all in all, that went pretty well. I don't think anyone took any permanent injuries. We had a lot of people who got burned up pretty bad from the acid and whatnot. But considering that was, what, like 10, 12... So there's 9 Devourer corpses, 2 more Devourers there. So we're talking 11, 12 Devourers, which is not an insignificant number of Devourers to deal with. And Illicit is almost ready for our conversion ritual. Groot is really upset about a lot of things. And so I need to remember is when that comes up, you have Crumbling Mind. So we'll need to deal with that. Haul that out of the kitchen already. But yeah, so with the Crumbling Mind, we'll be able to use Noah Plo's Unnatural Healing to make that better. If it does look like it's going to get more advanced, like it goes up to moderate, we're just going to immediately... You know what, actually? I don't know what to prioritize. Shambler Assault. Oh. Weirdly, it's separated into 2 groups. Alright, so that's like 70 Shamblers. I'm not ready for another fight, but that doesn't mean I don't have to do it. So most likely the best way for me to fight this to do the initial combat is to just do as much damage on the initial wave, retreat into the area, and try and do that. Ooh, here's actually a question. Do we have a lot of corpses in here? Yeah, they're pretty fast. Okay, drop a flare. Oh, I forgot. They're not They're not effective. All right, fall back. We've got the giant devourers. They're just shamblers, so they shouldn't be particularly effective. Alright, so what we're gonna do from here. How badly is your head hurt? Okay, so you're basically fully recovered. So you pop that door. Get everyone else piled in behind you. Oh, they got in fast. And I've cornered myself. Alright, I need you to kill those now. We gotta retreat. I need to buy a little time. That's still not effective. Okay, ranged people. There's still not room to work. Just buy as much time. I need you to clear out enough of those I can run for it. Okay, the second siren, I need you over on this side. And you're just gonna have to hold. We're too late to retreat. Children, I need you in the back. Do we have... You scooch up. Okay, good. The door did close, so we've hold off that side of the way for a moment. Illicit, I'm gonna need you to run forward real fast. Get to... That's gonna have to do. Get into position as fast as you can. I do hate that it seems like the Shamblers always beeline past to the weakest people. Ah, the door broke already. Okay, Groot's twig has received friendly fire and has now betrayed us. The good news is the Shamblers are attacking him as well. So we're going to try and back off and just let the Shamblers do this. This is probably the end of the colony. I didn't see that they had broken through that wall already. We're trying our best to hold. What is about to explode? Okay, all of you, back off. Alright, one of the kids died. Come on. It means we already have the Sight Stealers on top of us and the door's already blown. Okay, so you're gonna just have to hold this line. No upload, back off. The only good news here is I can actually hit you with flares. How many are we talking? We've got more coming. Alright, who's in the worst shape? So, Illicit's in really bad shape. Oh, and the Rot Stink is also killing you. Alright, you get out of here. Lightning and a Night Dweller, you get out of here. And orders allow everything. You rescue them. I'm gonna have to hope that's it. I gotta get people out of here. Oh, don't get back up. I don't got time for that. Alright, there's another one getting back up. Who is it? Oh, it's right in the middle. Where are you going? So you're gonna go take care of her prisoner. So Licit's in here with 8 hours. You're already tending to people. So meanwhile, if I can have you bury them real fast. Oh, there's still a group of them up? Come on, man, I don't have time for this. Alright, give him a minute. Okay. Grab whoever's still available and can fight. Alright. I gotta get people patched up. Surprising we're still in this, because when we got swarmed like that, I thought that was over. Okay, are we done with this nonsense for a minute? Oh, I bet you it's because those shamblers belong to them. So haul it, haul it. I need you to get in the hospital, please. Medical emergency on Listen NZ. Where are you and what are you doing? You are not doing that. Okay, so you're on that. Where are you, Night Dweller? Get on it now. Okay. Cool. So that hurt. That was a lot of shamblers. And then the sight stealers on top of it. Where are you at? You reading the book? Did you already get all the stuff I asked you to grab? Yeah, because that was biocoded and that was biocoded, so those can rot. Alright. Is everyone treated? Or not? You're not. Okay, so lightning. Treat to them next. And who after that? I think... Okay, so no one is bleeding, for what it's worth. That's certainly a mess. We've got a lot of bodies to deal with. A lot of repairs to do. Alright. So extreme break risk on you just because basically you need sleep and all that. So as long as I leave you alone, you'll be fine. Tantrum, smash things in your room, have a good time. So yeah, so we did lose one of the kids. We did bury them in a sarcophagus. And that's kind of a whole thing. Exotic goods trader. I mean, between the two of you, you're both in terrible shape. So go have a talk with them. Stop breaking your stuff. Okay, so what do we got going on? We can get rid of the flake and the go juice. You can take the Psi tea. I need the bioferrite and all that. It's a shame they won't have just like a mech resurrection serum just on them. That'd be like wonderful. We've got all sorts of fun stuff here, but that's not going to help us too much. What time is it anyways? Okay, we're coming up at about 3. The glitter would be nice and all that. We're good on the medicine stuff here. I don't think I'm even worried about the glitter. Let's go for... Yeah, let's go for all that for right now. And honestly, I think we save. So we're grabbing the plasteel so I can keep securing these rooms. Because that plasteel, I can go here. And set up another room for, whenever we need it. The big thing is I got lots of corpses I need to haul away. And lots of repairs, so we need Jaywalker back on... Well, actually, Jaywalker's with a few people not injured, so they can start working on stuff. You're an extreme break risk because you witnessed a family member's death. And unfortunately, you cannot, you can't just make it all better. So how long... Oh, you didn't have family member's death. A Toxalope has self-tamed. I don't want it. Oh, don't run across the bugs, please. Schedule. Danger. Don't run across the bugs. I don't need that right now. Don't troll me by giving me an animal and having the animal trigger a fight on me. Dark visions, that's fine. Everyone's having their mood break because everyone's hurt and one of their friends died. Alright, I'm gonna try for a funeral and we'll see how this goes. It's probably gonna go badly because it's an ugly environment, but there's a small chance it might not get terrible. You're still alive? Twice? Yeah, we cloned you. Hey! We had a good funeral, so that'll help a little bit. So we cloned you. You missed the fight? What happened? Devourers happened, immediately followed by a very large group of Shamblers, immediately followed by a group of Sight Stealers. And unfortunately, the Shamblers did manage to get past our defensive line, and Shamblers do have a tendency to target, you know, softer targets, so went after one of the kids. Kalaria Star is catatonic because one of your kids died. Honestly, in this particular case, that might not be a bad thing. I might just let you kind of ride out that, ride out that grief unconscious. Or not unconscious, but, you know, unresponsive. Okay, you're no longer throwing a tantrum. We're going to console you, because we might be able to get it so you stop breaking. I said console you. Wait. No, Bentley was the other parent? Now, who is the one who just finished having a mood break? So it's Kalaria Star. And who? Who were the parents? I've lost track. Having 2 melee clones coming in so clutch, that's what it, oh yeah, because like the one being able to just have someone tank the hits, and then when they got like an actual dangerous hit where they, you know, their head had taken a bad hit, is like, okay, you're out, get the next one in. So it was, I am so confused. Whose kid was it? Because it wasn't way over here. You literally just complained about your son dying, and I'm trying to figure out... There. It's a Night Dweller. Okay, illicit. So, cancel, prioritize work, console, Night Dweller. Nope, we just upset him more. That's fine. Pile it on in here. Hey, actually, a Night Dweller, do you know what I think you want in your life? I think you want to take this nice mind numb, and you want to go give that to yourself for a little while. I think you got need of that. You're dealing with a lost kid. How about not feeling at all? How does not feeling at all sound right now? Sleeping sickness completely blocked by our medication. Thank freaking goodness for that. Sleeping sickness right now would be not something I need to put on, like, understate it greatly. You drugged you? I feel like in this case, you probably wanted it. I know if I was in your shoes, I probably would be in the same situation of going, you know what? This is one of those days I could really go to not feeling that. Alright, so you got a whole bunch of mood penalties. Are those gonna alleviate soon? I think you're about to go to sleep. So if you go to sleep, that'll be good, because a bunch of those will fall off while we wait. Yeah, mercy drugs? Yeah. That bad? Well, you watched your son die. Being mauled by a zombie thing. Oh no, I totally forgot that you were dealing with the mind. Okay, well, one of the clones is not going to be that good. Because I forgot that's actually a pretty fast thing. Well, you know what? That's okay. We'll just keep having you fight anyway. The good news is, you can at least still fight. You can't do much else, but you can at least still fight. You're not going to be very good at it with a consciousness of 60%. But it is what it is. Because I don't think you can heal Crumbled Mind. We can figure it out. I meant to throw you in here, but I needed you for those fights, and then I forgot about it. Masterwork Flak Pants, that's fine. Was anyone missing a limb who needed it replaced? So Noah Plo is going to be the most likely candidate. Go for it. You fight good, fight to death. It's got some moderate severe brain damage. So it's not doing too good. All right. So you did rebuild that door. I would like you to haul the body out of said door. So at least the perimeter is secure. Okay. Alright, so we've got plenty of power now to turn anything on we want. What we don't have is nearly as much bioferrite as I really want or need for what we're doing. But we did take on a couple of big, friendly bitey friends. Come on! Give me... Oh, good God, man. We're just gonna wait on that for a moment. So give me 2 seconds to use the restroom. We're in an ad break real fast, and I'll be right back. I feel like Cassandra's like, I'm tired of you. Alright, I'll be back in a minute.
Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just like instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no. Well. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Well, screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, if. Okay. Oh, right. And let's get back. For those who missed with the ad break, we got an alert of 17 Chimera showing up. We're still not really back on our feet from the last round, but why not? Let's just immediately jump right back into it. Kalari is still catatonic. You know what? I bet you we can delay them 6 hours. I bet you no blows on natural healing clears catatonic. Alright, so the thing is, Chimera usually will wait till you're weakened to attack you. So my hope is they will delay a little bit. That's fine. They will delay a little bit, and we'll be able to get one Kalari Star back into it just so, you know, all hands on deck. But you could be safe in the hospital? Yeah, but you know... I know you're going through a thing, like the loss of family or whatever. I'm going to say, though, what might help you through it is taking something scary and shooting it with a chain shotgun very aggressively. I think that might make you feel better. Not really mechanically in the game-wise, because that's not a thing. But, there's a certain messed up type of catharsis with that. I was trying to think if I reasonably, as I don't think the mortars will do enough damage to be worthwhile. That said, there is a hole in my base right now that realistically I could bottleneck them here and just fight them in the hallway. It is with the Bloodlust trait. This is true. The only one who has the Bloodlust trait is currently sleeping right there. Actually, I'm sorry. It wasn't Bloodlust. It was, they had Psychopath. So that still won't help him. All right, Noaplo. I feel like Polaria Star has had enough of a nap. They're needed here. Excellent. So you're back awake and immediately on that, so we're going to immediately have you take some Mind Numb before you go catatonic again. Alright, and let's have you grab the assault rifle, I think. You had a chain shotgun. Oh, actually, if you're going to grab an assault rifle, grab a Hellcat instead. Alright. Now, meanwhile, we still don't have an actual decent melee weapon. Oh, wait, here. Honestly, a Warhammer beats nothing. And a Steel Axe beats a Warhammer. There we go. So, what I'm trying to decide... So we should try to wait till the foggy rain goes. Never mind. We will not be waiting for the foggy rain to go away. Okay, here's the plan. We are really just counting on the fact that we could get this going. You're going to be in the back because this is an all hands on deck fight. And we did just use our commanding shout thing, so that's not going to help us. So most likely they're going to all funnel in here. And we're just going to have to deal with it. How did you get that so much uranium? We just use the deep drills. So we're scanning with this, and you see all that ore we're seeing? So there's pockets of uranium we keep finding. That really sucks, the placement of all these. I should have prioritized getting rid of those trees earlier. Okay, so we do have a lot of firepower. I was hoping you'd have a Hellcat rifle be able to shoot up the column there. We're doing our best to stun them as much as possible. The entire plan with stunning them is just to prevent as many hits from getting into our melee as possible. It's not even about, like, timing it. It's just reducing the number of hits. Alright, we've got our first one of our melee is down, unfortunately. Pretty soon they are going to punch through. Yep, so, okay. The good news is we managed to settle it right at the last second. So you got downed. You're roughed up pretty bad. So you're already being rescued, so that's perfect. Hey, any chimeras want to join the team? Any of you alive in there? Any of you alive? It's looking like a no. All right. Honestly, considering they have 60% consciousness, they still are holding up pretty well. Okay, so you got that done. Well, the good news is now they're doing that. Hey, if you could do me a favor. Oh, schedule, you're unrestricted now. I need one of you to carry the rotting corpse away before Jaywalker gets lung rot problems. All right. Let's see. You just had dealt with chimeras in your colony and had to skip and burden on 2 sidecasters. Yeah, the interesting thing right now I'm dealing with is just all of the various animals like racing into our base and causing problems. Oh, also yaks manage. No yaks. Would have been nice to get one of those chimeras to add on to the stuff we had in here. I'm assuming they would be pretty good for bioferrite extraction. Alright, so you're done, so we can disassemble that. And you don't have power. It says you're not connected? Yeah, that's because you're not connected. I probably couldn't run the power through here before. Alright, we got all our lights on in there. Does that cover the whole hallway? No, so we need a light over there. Okay. So we still gotta tidy up. We're still patching up all the damage on our base, and still cleaning up all of the corpses scattered literally everywhere. On the other hand, I think we have just one more advanced thing detected, and then we could actually do the anomaly ending. That wasn't what I was working on with the stream, but the game has sure thrown it at me. Like, we did a couple of the, the rituals to bring stuff in just because I needed the, bioferrite. But then we got, for every one I did, I got pretty much a second one. Our food is getting out of hand. That's one thing I gotta get under control. Alright, so we're already helping you. We're not gonna do the farming thing, we're not gonna do a logging thing. We have those complexes I'm not gonna worry about. We're working on the anomaly, we have the ship to our stars going on, we have the Arconexus and the Ascent. Caravan de Juno. Alright. You want an army of helmets? Oh god, no. We would be dead there from toxic buildup before we got there. That is... How far is that? Yeah, just a casual 10 days round trip. Yeah. We physically can't do that. We have the entire map as max pollution, so I would literally be getting hit with pollution the entire way there and back, getting toxic buildup. Entity escape of a devourer. Look, game. I don't have time for this crap. All of you... And you're still functional with 3 instances of brain damage? I'm genuinely impressed and disturbed by that fact. And maybe you stay out of this one. Alright, so everyone be ready, because you're about to get jumped on. Cool. It is still alive. And then we'll patch it up some more. Alright, so we got it more permanent injuries. I think, honestly, that'll be the play for those, is just to keep causing more and more permanent injuries until it's no longer capable of doing anything. Okay, yeah, and you just got some bruises. Alright. Okay, we can put that there. Because the intent will be we'll get that fixed. Because that spot in the back isn't going to get dealt with. Alright, how's our power? 4,000 surplus power. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, I missed one there. Cool. So we've got a lot more room for increasing the capacity of all these things. We're getting all the corpses out of here. People are all getting back up on their feet. We will probably have to run the power into those rooms with how far back I put the bioferrite harvesters. That's not a big deal. Okay. Yeah, so we got 235 containment in here, as opposed to like the 100 that was in the other room. So we're just getting them a bit stronger. But yeah, that'd be interesting. It's just getting that brain damage down to the point that it can't get back up, or like break its spine or one of those. I've gotten lucky in a couple of runs where we had something like that, like a really dangerous enemy. We damaged its spine, and then it became like a permanent source of bioferrite that I didn't have to worry about breaking out and causing problems. Oh, meanwhile, Entity, do not study those. I want you alone in the room with that thing. And you got more repairs to do up here, that's fine. So what are missing from that? Components? Yeah, components are fine. And the steel were fine. It's just construction time. So I'll finish building all that up there, and then I'll start patching up all the holes in the walls everywhere. I don't have enough plasteel to do all these containment rooms, but I'd like to. Is that not in range? No, it is. They could build that. They just haven't yet. It's fine. They're working on it. It'll get more containment rooms built. All right. How is the cassowary in there? Hey, can we let the cassowary out, please? I would like the cassowary to not be locked in the room with someone else, please. Here, let it out. I need you to leave, cassowary. There's no food in there for you. Okay, now close that door. Now get rid of the raccoon that's in there. And then the cassowary, honestly, it could just stay in there till it manhunters or, you know, something else kills it or it self-tames or whatever. Okay, so it looks like everyone's back on their feet, so that's good news. Yeah, and you're idle because you can basically do just about nothing around here now. Yeah, no, actually, really don't have anything for you to do. Here, you can help warden and handle if you've got nothing better. At least that way you're doing something around here. Your job is to be tough and hold an axe. That's what you do here. You be tough, you hold an axe, and you take hits to the face when I need it. Alright, so we've got a bunch of bionic bits for people. So I'm gonna actually go for you. Rare thrombos. I would like them, please. So, first of all, before this goes any farther, I would like you to repair that table. You just saw a picture of it actually you enjoyed when you were younger? Yeah, they've gotten old. There's been a few of them. It's like, whatever happened to that person? It's like, oh, time has not been your friend. It happens. Yeah, I want to repair that table before that breaks, because that'd be a bummer. Or perhaps it has. Getting out of the business. I can see that. Rot stink exposure major. Why? The corpses are mostly out of there. It's just people passing through it a lot. The only reason I'm not being more concerned about it is, again, unnatural healing lets me ignore a lot of things because I can go, oh, that's bad. Deleted. Hey, FG, how's it going? Have you been having yourself a good day so far? Alright, we got our auto cannons, which I'll never use. Just filling in all the research. Back rooms getting gnarly. For those who don't know, FG Square, absolutely fantastic content creator. Absolutely someone to recommend checking out. Please RimWorld a bunch of things. Alright, well there's lung rot on you. That's lovely. And holy, like, why is there still rot stink coming here? There's no bodies. It's not bad. Being able to be upstairs, I can get away with it a lot. Because we have, like, with the house, it's like split between the two floors and all that. Disease, lung rot. Yeah, I know you're all getting it, but I don't get why it's lingering here. There's no corpses here anymore. There were. You had a good holiday? Good to hear. So let's make sure you all get treated. So, I could probably just deal with a lot of this with the unnatural healing and just abuse that. There's also the possibility that we can get lucky and get a flesh mass lung from that down there. If anyone does get in a dangerous situation with the lung rot kind of thing, I can cryogenically freeze them until I have the until I have unnatural healing ready. Are you going to, like... Okay, so it is dissipating. Volcanic winter is entirely irrelevant to me. Oh, that rat needs to die. It's inside our home. Yeah, I'm surprised at how long that's lingering. Like, when there's a corpse there, sure. But that's been lingering for days. Marauder encampment is not happening. Can't caravan with max pollution, it's just not going to happen. Could you not stand directly on the rot stink? Oh, there is one corpse left in here. I missed... Get that out of here. Okay, so that's... Weirdly, it was dead up here, but the rot stink was down there. So that's why we're getting all that. But like I said, I'm just going to have Noaplo just cure it as we go along. It's been so long since they've gotten lot rung. Why do you need... What's going on here? I didn't zone them right, so Night Dweller ran into their death. Alright, Night Dweller, please tell me you actually are not bleeding as bad as I think you are. You actually aren't. Okay, so you got shredded, but you're not actually in nearly as bad a situation as I thought you were. This is salvageable. Okay, first off, I need to get you all in position because the Night Dweller needs help. So, you two, down here, get the door. So I can't remember. I know they'll go after me. I can't... There was one way the hives trigger, they'll go after anyone nearby. The other way, they'll only go after, you know, people nearby. Oh no, it wasn't that, Night Dweller. It was, I messed up my zoning. You gonna go attack those Thrumbo? It's not a good move on you. Actually, I mean, that many, you probably do have it. Hey, Thrumbo. You're not looking too good. That said, you're putting up quite the fight there, considering you're getting mauled from literally all sides. I'm still waiting for them. We got the door open, right? Yeah, we got the door open. Man, you always forget just how ridiculously tanky Thrumbos can be. That you can just stand in a group of the insects that long and be like, nah, it's alright. And for that, they've actually knocked down a lot of them. Alright, they're down to one. How much longer do you got down there? Where did you go? Where are you, Night Dweller? Oh, you're going for it. I was like, where did he go? He's just making his way. Oh, there's the other Thrumbo. That's good. Kill that Thrumbo. It's going after my Pollux tree. I'm hearing something smash something. I'm not seeing it. We got more people getting lung rot exposure. Okay. So you're still up. So all you run down here. Okay, we can deal with you real fast. Alright, so get down there and rescue that man. Meanwhile, you go and hunt the Mega Spider. Are you at risk of getting back up? Probably not. Terrifying hallucinations, that's fine. Get out of your system. Orders, allow. And then schedule, everyone's unrestricted now because now the danger's gone. Because I failed to realize I'd already done that and you ran right into the core of it. Okay. So Gala going on. Are you patched up? Yes. So meanwhile, how is our people with the rot lung stuff? Are you clear yet? Good. So Sentient Cookie got too much exposure to it, and so they're in danger. But we'll deal with all that. Yeah, that's the thing. I think the Thrumbos are going for the Pollux trees. It just so happened we got lucky that those bugs shredded them. Because I've been pretty annoyed if they ate my Pollux trees. Because then I would have to wait for them to respawn on the map, which is not a good time. Yeah, so it was Sentient Cookie and Illicit were the ones who had the situation. We're just gonna have to work them through one by one until we get them fully handled. Mutate. All right, Illicit. Let's hope for a lung here. Nope. That's fine. We'll get them fixed a little by little. If they get in trouble, we just put them in the cryostasis, whatever. Meanwhile, you need to go back for your gun, which has already been put away. Your gun, there it is. Okay, you're asleep. We'll just leave you angry and asleep. And Alyssa will try and talk to you, actually. Nope. 70% and failed it 2 or 3 times in a row. You love the Golden Cube? Golden Cube is fun. Alright. We've honestly gotten lucky. And in all honesty, Night Dweller should have died down there. That many Mega Spiders? The fact that Night Dweller was not seriously bleeding despite all of this is very surprising. Okay, so that's done. We grabbed all of the plasteel that was there. I need more. I will forever need more plasteel. Our regular steel is doing relatively fine. Gold is in good shape. Uranium is in good shape. Unfortunately, we do not have more plasteel I'm seeing anywhere on these. So for the time being, we'll just put you back on the steel. Because I don't need marble is what I don't need. You won't be killed that easy. You will suffer. We'll make the settlement suffer. You're our main doctor who's been here from the beginning, so... If you are trying to make the colony suffer, you're going for the real long con on this one. I would like the power back. I don't know what the 4 days means. Oh, is that how long? 4 days is when it reaches full saturation. Hey, go to sleep. Hey. You'll wait a minute, then you'll go to sleep. So you're sleeping. And the reason you're waiting for him is no upload should be up here in just a moment. You'll heal your first one, and then you're gonna go to sleep. And wait till we get another round. And we could surgically remove your lung. But honestly, with unnatural healing, it's like, okay, I have to wait 4 days per instance of healing it or whatever it is. That's fine. Okay. Let's get that natural healing knocked out. Cool. So that's 1 round of lung rot done. So you go to sleep now. It'll wake you up when it's time to deal with that. All right. That unnatural healing is getting its workout. I love that ability. Maybe don't leave that open. All right. Yeah, so honestly, those cooldowns come up pretty close the same time. I could have Illicit run down here, see if we get lucky and get the Flesh Mass Lung, and if not, then follow up the Unnatural Healing. And then if I do, you know, then we just use the Unnatural Healing on Cookie instead. Alright. Yeah, so I've got all that sorted. What we don't have is spare bioferrite. I just need more things that go bump in the night. That said, we are not ready to poke some more anomaly right this second. I want to go ahead and get that lung rot under control, as well as get our main doctor here fully healed. Because in one more advance, then we could trigger the end game finale if we wanted. Which I'm on the fence, because I like the anomaly stuff. And it kind of is a bummer that once you finish it, like, the anomaly stuff kind of stops. And I don't know if it, like, fully stops, or if it's just, like, you don't get the same frequency. And I really like the anomaly material a lot. But I still wish you could basically redo the temple. Even if story-wise it makes no sense, I wish you could force it to happen again. Because I don't even see it as like a balance thing, because your wealth will just make things worse and worse and worse anyways, so it's not really dissimilar to anything else. Granted, the reward you get for winning Anomaly makes one pawn really strong. But they can still die to getting one shot, so... Or certain other things like disease. Alright, so let's see here. We got a bunch of leather we can get rid of. And Thrumbo fur is going to be a big pile of might. Please tell me you got plasteel. Come on, friends. No? Why do you never have anything I want? All caravans come with disappointment. You don't get to have the Thrumbo fur. You have meat. I mean, actually, the Dromdaries... I could potentially use these, because that would give me a caravanning animal. I'd rather have something else as my caravanning animal than Dromdaries, but... Sure, you know what? Why not? Here, you can have that Thrumbo fur. No, you can't, because you can't afford it. Have 100 of it? That's fine. Okay, so now you can go to animals, the dromedaries. I want a max of 2 adult males, 4 adult females. You probably want to keep that many. But with that, it gives me a caravanning animal. So when we have, like, for example, on the world map, I've got is one of these ancient complexes out here is for my relic. I can actually go out there without having to worry about falling over dead before it's done. So I could run over there super fast, get it, run back real quick, recoup, move on. Oh yeah, you're frozen as well, so let's move you over there. We've researched Blood Rain. There's Juggernaut Serum. Operations. Install Bionic Heart. Okay. So we're just going to continue juicing up our main melee pawn. I was waiting for that surgery to fail. Alright, so we got bionic arms, legs, and a heart, and a tough skin gland. On a pawn that is a nimble jogger brawler. So that's definitely a durable and effective pawn. Now, if we get some Archotech, that'd be fun, but I haven't seen an Archotech in a while. What's going on in here? Oh, the deep drill. Right. We told him to move it, we forgot to allow it again. Alright, how much longer till you get out of my hair? Friend in need, 11 days. Okay, a while. That's fine. Our freezer is getting extremely overwhelmed. Like, I don't know what happened that changed, because we actually gained pawns, and yet now we're gaining food. That's not usually the way that works. Usually when you get more people, the amount of food you're making goes down, not the other way. All right. And I'm hoping with this, we'll have enough to get some gain in our bioferrite, so that we can potentially get our melee pawn some bioferrite swords. Because right now, they're just using whatever junk I picked up. Which is okay, but it's definitely not particularly great. What other bionic stuff do I got hanging out? We've got the jaw, eyes, and ears, as well as a stomach. So let's look at some of our other people here. Let's go ahead and give you an eye, mostly because that'll knock you down for a little while. Which will help with your mood. Lux right here, you have social. Precision rifling, that's fine. We can go here and say jaw and an ear. So you're throwing a tantrum. Fair enough. Have a good time. Do not go in that room. Sir. That is the no tantrum room. That is the tantrum if you want to die room. They're attacking immediately from multiple sides, and we have... It's Neanderthals, I'm guessing. Alright, so it's a nice mix here. So a Night Dweller is going to be out of it, and we got Sentient Cookie and them out of it. Calaria Star is also out of it. That's not my favorite. Oh, and there's a third group over there. So we have more people out of it than I would really like. The good news is they are Neanderthals. They're not the fastest. The bad news is they're attacking immediately, and their group there outnumbers my group that's going to meet them. Yeah, no, it's probably something along the lines of just people skilling up, that kind of thing. Yeah, pop your combat buff and just do your best. I'm gonna need you to hold that door for me. I'll be needing that to retreat. Let's fall back. Hold the door. So we're going around that way. Okay, so did you get hit enough to slow you down? Yes. You are in bad shape. So right now, before anything else happens, I need you. Patch up that neck wound. You're gonna have to get out of this fight, but I need you to not die in the next 10 seconds to get you there. Alright, you fall back. Yeah, so meanwhile, you're out of the fight. Go home. Schedule, everyone needs to be restricted into Area 1. Before I forget. So you're gonna block the door now. So we've got a handful going up and a handful going down. So this might work out that we're getting not many at the same time, so we're gonna run back out here again. Get ready to fight from this position. I will have you ready at the door. Major break risk on who? Okay, so you're inside there. As long as it's not a major break risk out here. Yeah, they should be able to handle that. They got like 6 chain shotguns. They have lit our wall on fire. I can honestly live with that. They're banging on random walls. I can live with that. Because the more they do that, the more they're getting spread out and not able to properly pile up on me. Steal what they can and leave. Steal what? There is a giant mountain of silver down there. Well, I hate that. Okay, so while they're figuring that out, I'm gonna go intercept that person and take, prevent them from stealing all my money. I don't really know what you're doing up here. How did... Well, at least you stole the tool cabinet. I didn't see that they broke in. You could steal the thrumbo horn. It's fine. Honestly, them stealing a bunch of random stuff? Hey, don't start a fire. There's no need for that. Was it worth it? Was it worth it to start that fire? Stop stealing all my stuff. Thrumbo horn, you've got a shard, you've got just nothing. You've got nothing. They stole my toolbox. It's fine. Honestly, all things considered, that could have been way worse. We can put that down. I'll replace the light. They're destroying the pollution pump, which is pretty annoying. We could replace the shard thing here. That's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. Cool. Alright, so we got that all handled. Superheated air. I'm surprised it's still considered, break it real fast. Break it real fast, please. Okay. Okay, so at least a minor burn. Let's see, are you more... Yeah, sorry, I read that earlier. Yeah, no, most likely it's something like between some of... Like, Calaria Star was probably going as fast as Calaria Star was ever going to go. But there's probably some of the other supporting pawns probably got what they needed to do stuff a lot faster, too. Entity escape on the Metal Horror. Come on, give me a break. How are you doing? No, you stay out of this. You got a neck injury. How are you doing? You have 1 hit point missing. For some of you that are not as, like, direly roughed up, gather around and get ready to shoot the Metal Horror into the Stone Age. Alright. Because honestly, at this point, Siren could pretty much solo that thing. Did you... Ah, they killed it. Well, bummer. Yeah, so he took 2 leg hits. That's gonna be more bioferrite I don't have. Alright, FG, thank you again for hanging out. You have a good stream and all that. It's good seeing you. We're gonna snooze the old Adderino and all that. Alright, so you got yourself burned. Medical treatment needed on Jaywalker for those burns. They've called off the party because the fire keeps showing up. Alright. So all in all, things are going pretty okay. We had the lung rot that shouldn't have happened because, like I said, the body was up here, but it's showing up down there, which is what was confusing me. Kalaria Star is flirted with Siren Simulated by boasting about his own charm. Siren Simulated is attracted as now Kalaria Star's lover. Aw, which one? The one that's got the crumbling mind? Fair enough. Wait. Okay, for a moment I was like, wait a second, was that who Kalaria's Star was with, like, the original? I was like, no, I don't want that one, I want the clone. No, I was a different one. That would have been... Oh, Scooter, don't do that. Come on, man, you're smarter than that. Literally going to have people die because they ran into the middle of a fire and are trying to hold it down. Yeah, no, I saw that the time's pretty much over. I'm just... Okay, Scooter, I need you to get out. You can fight the fire, but not from within the fire. Okay? I would like... Oh, right, you had surgery. I was like, why are you down? Right, you're doing surgery there. The good news is there's almost nothing left to burn there, and then that'll be the end of that fire. And it could have zoned it so the whole thing was home, so it put out the whole fire. That probably would have been the best move, but... Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so that should be it for the fire. There's nothing left for it to burn down there. Entity escape on the Devourer. Okay, how are you doing? Your legs are hurt, but otherwise you're fine. Okay, so you are the one who is bait. It's that Devourer up there. The rest of you all pile in behind. And you're just going to run right up there and punch it in the mouth. But you're going to wait till the others to get there first. And what have we learned this day, Devourer? We've learned that I have a lot of chain shotguns. And now you've got a permanent scar on your heart. Sooner or later, it won't be able to get back up. Entity, maintain only. Alright. And so we'll be wrapping up here in just a moment. I just want to quickly patch up that Devourer so I don't forget. Like I said, sooner or later we'll have enough injuries in these things that escape interval 7 years. Escape interval never in that. And Ilana Rama is an adult. Heck yeah. So we talked about for Ilana Rama going out of her way to, oh, quick sleeper. Having Ilana Rama be that pawn that we make them a jack of as many trades as absolutely possible for purposes of cloning. Sadly, we didn't get medical. We didn't get medical, but with this, I could choose those three. And now if we look at Ilana Rama and what they're capable of, Ilana Rama just became really almost a jack of all trades. That the only thing they can't really do is doctoring. Everything else they've got a passion for across the board except construction, medical, and that. So that makes them a very good choice for me to do cloning because they can just do whatever I need them to do. So that's good news. Meanwhile, you're also off of permanent stuff here and unrestricted. Okay, and with that, chat, it is getting to be that time. I do stream from about 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST, and you'll note it's slightly past 4 a.m. EST. So I am going to be wrapping up here in a second, but don't go anywhere because we will find someone for us to raid. Now, if you are watching on YouTube and TikTok, there's no raiding in those, so those streams will be ending. So goodbye, TikTok and YouTube. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But let's see